Good evening, guys. Another Saturday evening. It has been a quite busy day, but now we are here again. We have Guardian in the house. Good to see you. How are you doing, Guardian? I hope you are doing great, and I hope you had a great week too. My week has been pretty good, so I can't complain. And we wait a couple of more minutes and wait until more people pop in here. And until then, well, we wait and we keep going. Hey, the bud flies in the house. Good to see you. And PV. Okay, PV, no problem. No problem. Let's see. There you have Guardian. And let's see. I hope that link will work. It should work, or otherwise we have to put out a new link. But hopefully it will work. So it is PV's topic again because it is his suggestion. Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Shadow. Been having a pretty good week. It's good to hear that yours has been pretty active on your side.
Yeah, I can't complain. Just a lot of things to do, but it is what it is. Things you need to take care of.
Keeping busy is good.
Yeah, it's a lot of the things since my mother passed away. So we had a meeting with a lawyer Thursday morning. So when everything that is finished, I will relax. Until then, we have to keep going.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. Hey, Abu Sama Damiri, good to see you. Hey, Mark, good to see you. Yeah, you are working and lurking. Yeah, and I'll send you the link anyway, Mark, so don't worry about it. And actually, this is today's topic is PV's suggestion, so delving into the skills that count and where to get them.
Yeah, I think it's a really good topic. I definitely believe that off the bat, one of the most important things for anybody watching the stream afterwards as well, or anybody listening, is just to, there's several skills that a person can hone in on. I think just practicing skill sets as well, as often as you can, and staying fresh regarding your own capability, trusting your skill sets, I think that is extremely important. I think it's one of the most important things that we can do is just trust in our capabilities and hone them over time. I definitely think that that's something that can help people a lot just on a day-to-day basis. What's up, you Prepper?
Hello, hey, UK Urban Prepper. Good to see you, buddy. Mike, good to see you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, GP.
Yeah, you're good.
Yes. UK Urban Prepper will be on later if there's room for me. Oh, yes, there will always be room for you, Mike. And we have R plus B roaming. Good to see you. And Norfolk Motos. Good to see you too.
Yeah, welcome in. It's good to have some people joining in on the chat. And I think
Yeah.
that, yeah, PV, thanks for bringing this topic up. I think that it's something that we don't always focus in on where to get the skill sets, and how to kind of start off with. Sometimes it can be a bit of a daunting thing when people aren't really familiar with certain skill sets as well. And then what happens is, obviously, just through practice and through muscle memory, like, it starts to become second nature. And I think that the more skill sets that we try to hone in on, and specifically ones that we understand, like within our local region, that would genuinely be useful, I think the better off that we can be. Absolutely.
Yeah. And Mike has a point here. Remember, basic skills, it's not always SAS skills, etc. Cooking and sewing are all skills. Yes.
The reason why
I have been
suggested
cooking
this
since I
topic-
was 4 years old. So I made my first dish when I was 5. So it's a long time I've been cooking.
Yeah, so
Hey,
the reason why
Gisela.
I suggested this topic is because you see a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people in the past in various other sort of jobs and employments and stuff like that, and locations. Is that you always get? It's not so easy to learn skills, particularly practical skills. There's many ways of learning, and a lot of different people learn by different sort of methods and ways. I've seen people who are really intelligent that have had problems, doing the basic sort of motor skills and learning something practical. So unless you get out there and do something, you can have the background knowledge, fair enough, on paper, but you actually need to go and practice these things, go wrong with these things, learn where the mistakes are, try not to reinvent the wheel and stuff like this, because many lessons have been learnt in the past, and just learn from others and mold the skill or the practical methods to your way of processing it into your location and your situation. The same with UK Open Prepper Days is I'm a tactile learner. Books are wasted on me. Yeah, exactly.
Well, we are all different. We have. He is tactile learner. It is easier for him to learn a new skill that way, rather than get it from books.
I've seen people learn through books. I've seen people who need to be shown it first, and then doing it practically. I've seen people pick it up straight away through practical application or imitating. We had a method in the army. It's called EDIP: explain, demonstrate, imitate, and then you move into the practical aspects of it. And using that method, if you're teaching someone, then fine, you can use that method because it covers most. Hey, Nick Muller. Most avenues of the way people learn anyway. So regardless of that, it all depends how you learn, but the focus of this really is where to get the courses, how to get the courses, particularly the free ones. And there's lots of different avenues people can go down and explore to get free courses, which we'll go down to in a minute. Obviously, country dependent, because things do vary per country.
Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
So you got your berry on there, Shadow? Your Iron Fist hat badge?
Yep.
Right, good. There we go. It's similar. It's a similar cap badge to a unit in the British Army called 20 Armour Brigade. The brigade was made up through different units. There was infantry units, engineer units, communication units, medical units, etc., etc. And the emblem of the 20 Armour Brigade was an iron gauntlet in the same sort of shape you got there, but without the sword. And in fact, it almost reminds me of the Foreign Legion type cap badge as well. Quite similar.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, good. In fact, one of the key things I was going to mention tonight when I saw you pick this subject was government institutions as a way of learning. One of the best government institutions is the military, because they will teach you, not everything to do with homesteading, bushcraft survival, but they'll teach you the core components of first aid.
Hey, Myra Page, good to see you, ma'am.
Defense, basic mechanics, basic communication skills, basic medical skills, and so on and so on. That is a good way, probably about the best way you can get that sort of training free, because it's part of your job and it's a skill set required as part of that job. Likewise, the police is another good employment avenue for opportunities. All the emergency services, they've got this sort of strand that people can branch out to. Medics, they can branch out into wilderness medicine, paramedic medicine, all this sort of stuff. So in those sorts of employment sets, the opportunities that come your way are to be grabbed and taken full advantage of. The problem is, not everyone is in the army, not everyone is a policeman, not everyone's in the emergency services, so those sorts of avenues aren't available to everyone. The key question is, where do you go?
It's always the key question.
This is the brunt of it. I think I'll just give Guardian an opportunity in a sec, but I think one of the best resources available to the average person, from child all the way through, is YouTube. There's so much knowledge on YouTube, and you can watch it, you can listen to someone explain it, you can ask questions through the comment section. Someone out there will know and answer that question. And you could do almost anything. I built a self-made camper van completely off of YouTube videos. My woodworking skills, my fitting out skills, my DIY skills were pretty minimal, but I did it all, and that was literally all with hand tools. So YouTube is a massive resource that people should fully take advantage of, and it covers everything. From you can literally do a YouTube search for any subject, and it'll be there. From first aid through to CBRN, through to how to grow X, Y, and Z plants, sailing, everything. You name it, it'll be there.
Microphone is acting up a little bit. Now we can't hear him at all.
Yeah, there's some static coming through.
Oh yeah, it's some static. Yeah, and I think he would check that out.
Yeah, I think preparedness veteran. Sorry to mention that as well. I think preparedness veterans just checking. It's a little bit better, but you're just soft at the moment. The static's gone now.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah,
smooth.
Much better.
Right, so I'll stick with this sort of option.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You're good.
I'm just saying, if anyone missed that, what I was saying is basically YouTube is such a massive resource. You can literally learn anything from it.
Yeah, it's just the last segment. It's just maybe like the last, I'd say 5 to 10 seconds. It wasn't too long. I think that for the most part, what you're saying there regarding YouTube and the spread of knowledge that it's got on there as well as a platform is really amazing. I think it's rather interesting. Something that I really love doing is as soon as I get a new plant, and I don't mean to talk about plants as always, but as soon as I get a new plant in, I'll always spend a bit of time not only looking it up, researching it as well online, regular like Wikipedia and stuff like that, but also there's a couple of good botany sites, and then not only botany sites, but YouTube as a platform has an amazing. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. While we're speaking about skill sets, I think that it is pretty prevalent to mention this, but the guy Epic Gardening on YouTube is absolutely amazing. Of course, everybody knows Self-Sufficient Me. Mark from Self-Sufficient Me over in Australia is amazing of a channel, incredible amount of knowledge and resource, and always telling a little joke or two between his serious videos about skill sets and gardening. And I think, yes, Self-Sufficient Me is amazing. And then Epic Gardening from the US on both sides.
Hey,
Channels.
folk.
Even if people don't want to learn from YouTube, they can use it as a reference source. They could do a course and then go back to a sort of related video and see and enhance, different strands of that subject. But getting to the crux of it, YouTube is and the internet itself is just an unparalleled resource, really. The problem we find is a lot of YouTube. You're getting a sometimes this is a problem with blogs and vlogs. A lot of people on YouTube and a lot of people on blogs run up a schedule because it's some sort of revenue, and you would tend to find in some circumstances that they just kicking out a video because it's their weekly thing to do, and it keeps the ticks in the box going. Blogs as well, written blogs, they do the same.
Hey,
a
Vanessa.
lot of these blogs, they push out very thin information, a couple of stock images, and you've really got to check the validity of the information they're pushing out. So, they're good starter points, but you can't be actually doing a physical course or being next to someone doing it. I mean, as an example, as learning anything, just before lockdown kicked in, I started to learn the piano or the keyboard, and through an online course.
Yeah.
I gave myself 5 years. It's just a little project for me to do because I was not bored, but I just wanted to do something different. And I got to year 3, lockdown kicked in, and I couldn't progress past a certain stage. I had sort of almost a mental blockage, a physical blockage, where I just couldn't progress. I really needed someone to be there with me, and an instructor to just take me on to that next sort of level. And then during lockdown, that sort of killed it all, and I went on to something else from there. But the main aim was achieved anyway. So, I would say, from what I've seen and my experience and stuff like that, yes, YouTube's a good resource. Practical skills are excellent for that. If you were to combine YouTube, the web, and books, then you could probably be almost like 70% of the way there.
Welcome, Rights Wildlife. Good to see you.
But I'd say the easiest, probably one of the easiest things to learn would be first aid, because there's such an abundance of knowledge out there. And if you want to do it free, then yes, you can start off with YouTube. There's lots of credible videos out there for first aid. Yes, you could go onto books, but
welcome, Darren. Good to see you, brother.
In loads of countries around the world, there's loads of establishments, clubs that will provide basic free
Mark.
first aid courses. And the one that immediately springs to mind, which is quite a
hey, Mark. Good to see you.
Can you hear me okay? I'm on my phone in my van, so I'm not sure how this is going to work.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right,
perfectly.
Cool. I'm going to be driving a bit, so I'm going to mute back and forth.
Yeah. St. John Ambulance is quite prevalent around the world, and that's a really good resource to get into and learn. And they do some, like all these other institutions and stuff like in clubs, they either do a free basic package or they provide courses, pretty low-level courses, but essential low-level courses, basic first aid. It's either free or very low cost. And another way around that would be to do it as part of your work. I think UK Prepper mentioned it a couple of weeks ago, is wherever you work, especially in England, if you volunteer to be the establishment first aider, for instance, then they will probably put you on a free first aid course, for instance.
Yeah.
Other than that, you know, there's lots of programs available. In Britain, we've got things like the NHS volunteer responder courses. So you volunteer to become a first responder for your area. They will put you on a course, and it's normally something like Monday to Friday, or a couple of weekends here and there, or you can have.
Good to see you yesterday, Ortega. Good to see you.
Other roles like community first responders. That's another sort of name for it in a different area. CFRs they're called, and they're basically volunteers who respond to emergency calls within their local community, so that they're a stopgap between nothing and the ambulance. So they literally are a first responder on the scene. They'll go around. That some of them are, in fact, they all should be trained with defibrillators, and you know, the initial stopgap. Basically, what I'm saying is between, you know, the family and an ambulance, and they will, as long as you're 18 and older. Some have criteria like you've got to have a basic driving license and you're, you know, physically fit, etc., etc. They will pay for you to do the course free, for, you know, first aid course. So those sorts of resources, they're out there, but people have just got to know about them and actively go and find them. I'm not sure what's available in Sweden or South Africa or America. You'll have to let me know on, you know, regards to the first aid side of it.
Here in Sweden, the civil defense here, we provide first aid classes, CPR, to companies. So, and even kindergartens, mechanic workshops, and manufacturing companies.
So is that part of the civil defence structure, those sorts of courses?
Yeah, you could say that we provide it because it's good for those who work, let's say, in the grocery store, get the CPR class, because they work with customers, and
right,
it's a lot of elders. Something can happen and they need to act and respond. So that is what we're doing. And but the company has to pay some money for it. But the company has to pay
the real
money for it.
To mute yourself, the real. It's a big echo.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Sorry. Yep, sorry about that.
So you've got the advantage of having a civil defence structure in place in which all these sort of essential skills in preparedness will be known about, and someone will be able to find out where to get them.
Yeah, and so, Red Cross do the same thing.
Right, Red Cross here. How about in South Africa, Guardian? Do you have anything that's available free?
We do at quite a large amount of churches as well. We'll hold specific days as well where they connect to the communities. We've also got a large amount of the Scouting Association. I hope you come back
Scottish
to
Prepper, good to see you.
Mad Chef, I love the new icon. That's so awesome. I was just saying, Chef.
I'm literally, as the only thing I can come up with for my raccoon one on my phone. I'm kind of driving around Pennsylvania right now. So.
No, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Let's see if the video works. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you can see where I'm going now.
Ben, pop that up for us, Shadow. I'll answer your question now, PD. Sorry about that. Just a moment. I just want to see like a big, just make Chef Tech's camera big. Make that window big for us.
Yeah, I can do that.
Perfect. Look how beautiful that is. That looks so good.
I'm somewhere near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. So
You see how...
I'll turn it back on when I go through the middle of Gettysburg downtown, so you can be like, wow, American Revolution was here 200 years ago, and nothing's changed.
No, it's beautiful out there, Chef Tech. You should soak in all of that. Look at those trees. I love it. I absolutely love the amount of...
Hey, Darian, good to see you.
It's incredible.
Thanks for stopping by.
It really is beautiful, Chef Tech. I think that's one of the most amazing scenes that are out there when it comes to any public roads. That just looks so like, there's the police on your right-hand side.
That's why I use cruise control. I do the speed limit so I don't get pulled over by the popo.
Yeah, you guys have them everywhere. Like, you guys have loads of cops. Like, over here, it takes like an hour and a half to 2 hours sometimes for like something to be, for the police to kind of arrive. And over there by you guys, sometimes after an incident, you check like 2 minutes after an incident, like 2 or 3 cops rock up. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, well, unfortunately or fortunately, this weekend is Memorial Day weekend, so they know it's a party weekend, even though you shouldn't be out celebrating with alcohol that, U.S. service people died for our country and our freedoms. But not everybody understands that. But the cops already tell you, they're like, we will be everywhere looking for drunk drivers and all that. So I don't even like working this weekend because of the idiots out there.
Right. Yeah, just take care.
Hey, Magic of Healing, good to see you.
I'm going to show this a distraction for you guys and me, so I'm going to shut this off.
That's amazing, though. Thanks for sharing.
I'll turn it back on when I get to a nice part of town.
You don't think that was nice? That was amazing. I really enjoyed that. Thank you. And when you want to share again, you absolutely can. And it's always nice seeing like different parts of the world. I love it. Yeah, so to answer your question, preparedness veteran as well, just going back on that for a second, there's a lot of associations as well, and people can actually look up on Facebook groups if they follow any sort of medical Facebook groups as well, any sort of self-reliance, survivalism, anything on pretty much on Facebook. You'll have like large groups dedicated in South Africa for each of those, and quite often they have free sessions and free training courses for people just to equip the general public. Some companies do it, and some associations do it specifically to try and increase the amount of people that are capable of administering first aid. So it is something that we try to have it as easier access as possible. So it's pretty good. And I think that for the most part, it's just important to increase that. It's as you were saying, it's brilliant to have that skill set.
You see, we don't really get the church sort of side of it involved here. Like I've heard, like you just mentioned it there in South Africa. I've heard it mentioned before from churches in America, but we don't sort of get that through that establishment here. I think probably because the framework is through the National Health Service is quite established that you can get first aid training, particularly through the NHS, easily anyway. So I wonder why that is. But yeah, I mean, first aid, like I say, I think that's probably the easiest form of training you can obtain at the cheapest rate or free, because in every aspect of every job there's some sort of health and safety involved, and first aid will be a part of it. Especially like Shadow says, working with the public as well. Each place of work will require some sort of first aider trained rep as well, because they'll have first aid kits dotted around, and you've got to have at least one person who has some sort of basic skills and knowledge and knows how to use them. But I think Guardian mentioned it just now. Survival and bushcraft, camping, outdoor skills. It's probably one of the hardest forms, areas you could start to learn from, because when you're an adult, unless you're involved in volunteer work with the Scouts or any establishment like that, or or if you're in the police or the military, fine. You've got access to the strands of knowledge that comes with it. But outside of those sorts of spheres, if you're not working in an outdoor environment and there's no form of survival or bushcraft associated with it, it becomes hard then, and then you're having to go down the route of paying for it. And there's literally, I can't really find any place. I've did some quick searches today that it's free here in Britain. You're literally down to paying for it, and the Lofty Wiseman courses, basic bushcraft survival courses, to other routes. Ray Mears does a really good set of packages. Other bushcraft and survival teachers do, but you're paying for them, and some of these courses are not cheap, particularly when the amount of time you're with them. You may on a good course be there Monday to Friday or a week, and you're literally having to accumulate as much knowledge as possible in that week, and then take it away from you, and then develop those skills yourself or with some friends and so on. So it's quite a hard avenue to go down the bushcraft and survival route to learn skills. Obviously, you can tag along with someone who's outdoor orientated, or someone with previous skills and stuff like that, and you can pick up things. You can elaborate your knowledge through books, but it is very much a hands-on skill, and you've got to continually be doing it. But as an instructor on YouTube, well, he does YouTube channels, videos, but he is a full-time survival instructor for the Boreal Wilderness. His name is Bruce Zawalski, and he argues the point in one of his videos, the difference between a good survival course that you're paying for with proper instructors with experience and qualifications versus the experienced YouTuber, the ad hoc guy who thinks he knows it all, and the differences between the two. And when he breaks it down and explains, it's unparalleled, the difference. So I think the main point I'm saying is here that the survival and bushcraft side of it, to get proper training, is pretty difficult, and it can be expensive.
I was going to throw in something there as well. Good evening, Shadow. Hi, Gordon. Hi, everyone. I was going to say, if you're intending to go to a place, if there's any people that do have any old-fashioned types of ways of doing things, maybe sort of like PB said, tag along with someone that knows about that subject. If for example, when I was young, I went to Greece. I said to my uncle, I'd like to go fishing. So we've done some fishing. That was very nice. So if you're in a place where perhaps you could link up with someone that knows about, trees, plants, stuff like that, rather than having to pay for courses, sometimes that could be good if you get out there and get hands-on experience, learn from people that actually do it. I mean, look at mushrooms, for example, and not anyone could just go and find mushrooms.
Yeah, just don't eat the wrong ones.
Exactly.
That's a classic example. That is mushrooms. It's okay learning from these people who have been doing it years and years and years. Local knowledge is good and all that sort of stuff, but
yeah,
these people do get it wrong, and some people
it's easy
to get it wrong.
I've been picking these mushrooms for 25 years. I've never got it wrong.
Yeah, every mushroom is edible. Every mushroom is edible once.
Yeah, every mushroom is edible once.
It's a good one. Yeah. Sorry, PB.
Well, no, that's a good thing. Unless you are talking about going into the bush with the Aborigines in Australia, then I'll trust them. Generational hand down of information, and they've proved that it works. But
yeah,
I'd be wary myself. I'd be wary.
Well, I mean, good knowledge is good. knowledge is good.
The thing
without
is,
knowledge, look at those
without
things.
if you're unaware, you know, if you're going into a new field of learning, how do you know the information you're being given is good, incredible, or not?
Well, this is what I mean when I said go hands-on. For example, those things that come out of the sand, I don't know what they call. They're like long sort of sea creatures.
Cape
And
Heathen, good to
there's
see
a
you.
if you put salt down in the hole, it sort of pops its head.
Razorfish.
What are they called?
Yeah, razorfish, razor
That's
clam.
Yeah, you just stick some salt in a hole, and then they just sort of jump out.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you didn't know how to do it, so if you watch someone who did it, yeah. But I know what you're saying as well. You do need to be careful with some knowledge.
I think the greater the risk of death, the greater the the greater the stakes are.
Yeah.
The more you would need to assess who's teaching you.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't go to the backstreet guy down some alleyway and get him to start teaching you advanced trauma life support stuff, would you?
No.
I find that with my company all the time. We get people that have been around for decades, and I'll be with them fixing something or diagnosing something. I'm not going to get into details on it because I'll get in trouble, but diagnosing something, and I'm like, well, why did you do it that way? Oh, that's just the way we've always done it. I'm like, that's like not the right way to do it. Yeah, but it works. Okay, that's fine. But just because every 12 people that taught the previous 11 people showed you how to do it this way doesn't make it the right way to do it. And it'd be much faster, more efficient, or safer to learn the correct way and not just keep going along the same old path of, well, that's just the way we've always done it. We'll just continue to do it this way. And that's a bad way to learn. So getting more opinions on something, whether or not it's, just diagnosing an electrical circuit properly with the right meter, stuff like that. You just learning it from one person, you'll learn something. You may learn the wrong way, but it'll work. But then you learn from somebody else and you ask questions. If you don't ask questions, you're never going to learn anything more. You just listen to one person talk, like YouTube. It's like, oh, I found this YouTube video on prepper survival, and I know everything now. No, you don't know. You don't know squat, bud. I mean, you may have learned a few things that will work for you, but it doesn't work that way. You need to continue to ask questions to refine your skills, regardless of what they are. And you need to constantly learn. You can't just stop when you think you know it all, because that never ends well. Okay, I'm done.
It's like butchering an animal as well after a kill. For example, you've had to hunt this SHTF situation. If you don't know what you're doing, you could contaminate the carcass if you open it up wrong. I mean, you probably know more about that, Chef.
Yeah, every now and then I get to practice on something one of my dogs killed for no reason. All of a sudden they come walking up to me with a rabbit in their mouth. I'm like, well, that's of no value to the family or anything. Plus, it's the wrong time of year. So let's go get the knife out and the cutting board and the gloves, and let's see if we can skin it properly and cut it properly and all that. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I look and go, well, that was a mistake. So let's just trash the whole carcass now, because I just cut through the bladder and contaminated everything. So I don't practice on purpose. I don't tell my dog to go get the rabbit, and have him kill it just because, so I can play with it with a knife or whatever. But I'll cut it up, and if it works well, I'll feed it to the dogs. I'm like, here you go.
How many people out of 10 people have, would know how to sort of, hunt an animal and butcher it, and how to do that? And
out of 10 people, 0.1, maybe.
I've never done it before. I mean, I've watched 2 pigs get slaughtered in Mallorca, Spain. And
the Clubhouse, good to see you.
The first one, it was terrible. It was screaming. I'm sure the whole island heard it.
Grumpy old guy, good to see you.
And they dragged it from one pen to the table. I won't go into detail. And then they continued to get the second one and do the second. So the screaming started again. The second one, was really wrestling not to get to the table, but to do it cleanly and to do it sort of humanely, whatever the way they whatever country you're in consider it humanely. But how many people know how to do that? I mean, it might come to it. Okay, it's all one thing knowing about plants, and what about if you can't get plants? Where do you get these skills to learn how to do it for the first time? And like I said earlier, if you sort of cut up an animal the wrong way, you might contaminate the rest of the animal.
So go ahead, preparedness veteran.
Sorry,
Stevie. Yeah, it's something to add there.
Yeah, just can say, if anyone is seeking out, I found that the best quality instructors are the ones who will keep themselves updated, keep their refreshed skills going. And you could probably, any instructor worth his salt will show you a history of his learning and his credentials as well for formal courses. Basically.
Well, if you want to learn hunting, learn from a hunter.
I think that so there's a bit of a benefit here real quick. And the benefit is that I'm going to speak about just for a moment is coming from a third world country for the most part. We definitely have experienced a large amount of cultural slaughterings that occur. It's definitely, it's one of those more traditional things that occur where they'll take, a specific culture will take goats and livestock to the beach, and then it's a ceremonial event as well that occurs. Due to traditions as well, you can't really fault people you have to be accepting and understanding to people's traditions and their cultures as well. And it's part of, the African experience, I guess, if you want to call it that. It's part of one of the most interesting things about South Africa as well, on that element of it, is that we have so many, not just from the cultural slaughterings as well that occur. Sometimes, if you've got a neighbor, sometimes your neighbors will do so. They'll hold a large amount of community people as well will come over, and they'll slaughter a sheep or a goat for, traditional rites as well. It's a lot that goes into it. And it's easy to say, from a humane perspective that somebody might not find it appealing that other people do that. So they like have a specific lack of understanding. But I guess that's one of the nice things about coming from a third world country, where you kind of have to be desensitized to a certain extent regarding that. And then not only that, but there's a large amount of people in our families or in our close friendship circles as well that are, and I apologize to any vegetarians, specifically Shadow, in this topic. There's a large amount of, we always got to be mindful of others, right? So I've always got to think about it from that aspect. But there's a large amount of the rural element throughout the country where people are very used to, slaughtering and kind of cleaning an animal and what goes into that. So I think that I take it for granted sometimes how second nature that comes to a lot of us, just being from a third world country. And I think that it's something that is quite interesting. A person in a survival situation may very well need to do exactly that multiple times a week, depending on how good of a hunter or trapper you are, realistically. It is one of those things that, when it comes down to it, there are multiple ways to survive, to circumcede that. And I think that ShadowScoutSwede will speak a lot about, different types of vegetation that is edible and ways to procure nuts and ways to, I don't know if honey, do you have honey? Is honey okay, Shadow? Do you consume honey?
Yeah, we consume honey.
Okay, then yeah.
We have beekeepers here in the country, so we have some local ones too.
Do you want to blow up Chef Tech's camera there again? He's in downtown where he said that he was going to be around.
Coming into downtown Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I love that. I prefer the jungle forest style, but these are such nice buildings, though. It's such a great town. Really awesome.
I have no issues with the town. I personally like the out in the woods more than I like in towns, just because less BS to deal with.
Yes, it's also very interesting because
hey Bob, good to see you.
Hello Bob, welcome to the chat. Good to have you here.
Hey, it's funny you talk about the stuff that you've seen at Guardian. When I think it was about 12, being in a Greek household, our family kind of cooked all kinds of things. And I think the first time I ever saw a sheep's head in a big pot, I think I was about 12 years of age, and I was like, "What is that?" Ah!
That's
Mum!
that's sheep's head stew. So what's wrong with you? No, I'm just kidding.
And
No.
the eyeballs were there as well, looking out, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" My mum loved the eyeballs, and you know, I've seen everything from like squid, octopus. You know, you see them in Greece. Well, you're walking along the beach, and there's a guy beating on an octopus on a rock over and over again, trying to get the ink out.
That's terrible, though. Like the reason, well, octopus specifically, octopus are extraordinarily intelligent, and maybe it's wrong for us to identify value of life by the intelligence associated with it. It's why people don't mind killing flies, because they view flies as an extremely lacking when it comes to the intelligence department, intelligence in general. So yeah, octopus are remarkably intelligent creatures, and if you ever observe them and watch them for a while, you'll definitely realize why hurting them in any way is I really have disdain towards people that would hurt them for fun. But I do understand it as a food source, and you know, somebody that's experienced a large amount of fishermen around me, it is something that happens. But fortunately, we live on an estuary where I stay, so they are protected. So we're allowed to call people out immediately when we do see it. Octopi in general are one of the most amazing species, and I strongly recommend.
No doubt. I was just a youngster on holiday in Greece, experiencing this kind of things. I've never seen these kind of things before. I was like, what is octopus meat taste like? And I mean, sorry to meat eaters and what have you out there, but you know, being a youngster, you sort of see these things, and I saw this guy on the beach, and yeah, we you know, being Greek again, like I said earlier, we our families kind of eat all kinds of things. And I was born in England, so I wasn't so used to all the things that they ate in Greece. But the sheep's head was one experience. Someone put in the comment there, Norfolk prepper, UK prepper, roasted sheep's head is a delicacy in some countries. Yeah. My mum used to scoop the eyeballs.
Every country, every religion, every culture, they all have their different ways of doing things, and it's not right or wrong. It's just different. And I've experienced lots of different ways to prepare different foods, things
Yes.
I would never eat. I'm like, really? You're eating that? It's like, oh yeah, we eat this all the time. It's like, okay, well, you're alive, so it must be okay.
Yeah, it's part of the skills. I mean, if I ever come across a sheep's head in the wild, I can eat the brains and the eyeballs.
Yeah, you may want to make sure that sheep's head was still attached to a sheep and alive before you just go after the eyeballs and the brain. Just saying. I don't think you want to eat dead roadkill that's already, that head is laying there.
I was just joking. Another time I was a youngster, and we went to get a rabbit, and I was really convinced that he was a pet until my auntie said, "Go in the kitchen and hold the rabbit's legs." I said, what are we doing here then? And I mean, it was all quick. She just grabbed the head and just sort of sawed the head off, bam, really quick. And I was left there in the sink holding this rabbit, and the legs were kicking.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, but we're talking about skills, and I mean, you know, I watched her actually skin it. I think maybe I was still in shock, but you know, even to the point after where all the meat was set out on the trays, it was still moving. Parts of it was still actually moving.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah,
I'm driving through Gettysburg Battlefield Park right now. There's like a statue up there. I'm not sure which one. I've been through here a million times. And a couple cannons on the left, and just lots of fencing and fields and that. Nobody's allowed to go metal detecting here anymore because they pretty much destroyed the fields going out there looking for the old lead bullets and things from the battles. So, and now I'm leaving it. So, all right, the history lesson is over. I'm turning my camera back off.
Lest we forget. Correct?
What's that?
You can forget. It's fortunate that people try to remember what has happened in the past so that we do not repeat the same mistakes.
Oh yeah,
some
but
of
we're
those,
going to repeat it anyway. Yeah.
it seems most unfortunate. And Bob's right. The place was absolutely atrocious when it comes to warfare and what took place.
Oh,
I
it's
think
terrible.
that
Yep.
yeah,
I
and
mean,
human
hundreds of
beings do that
thousands
to
of
each
the
other.
hundreds of
Like,
thousands of the best and brightest were slaughtered by each other,
yeah,
leaving
right.
leaving the second string of the team to repopulate. Which I think there's issues there, but I'm not going to get deep into that when I know Durlov is on my side. He knows exactly what I'm talking about, but we're not going to talk about it, are we, D?
Yeah. Nope. Yep. Nope.
Yeah, I think it's most unfortunate that humanity hasn't learned from that yet, and I think that there are no winners in war. I really believe that, and
Well,
I think
maybe we can. I mean, we can learn from that. We can learn from the fact that humanity hasn't learned. So maybe we could say, right, we're going to actually change our minds. I mean, oh, okay, CJ, are we bored? Are you bored, CJ? Did you hear my dog?
yeah, also wanting to chirp in there, but
Go on, then, CJ. Have your say. Right, I think he's saying, silence is good as well in between the noise. So that's going to be good in the SHTF situation. You can only calm down people so much. Just stay calm, just stay calm, just stay calm, just stay calm. Okay, I'm calm. Yeah.
Yeah, Bob.
so Bob, I want to ask Bob this quickly. Do you not maybe think it's the adverse? Do you not maybe think where people gain that amount of power and it actually makes them go crazy? I think that might be part of it.
Maybe
You want to come up
that's
to?
why do they always seem to get promoted? These type of people. Why is it that the South American dictators that were the nut jobs were so happened to be educated in good schools in America, for example? I mean, was they educated to be we're talking about people not learning from history, not deemed to repeat the same mistakes. We can learn from that and say, okay, how did they prep? How did they survive during prep? During the war times. Did they do jarring, tinning? Maybe we can learn about things like that, and learn those kind of skills that we think. Well, the McDonald's is open. I can get microwave food from the supermarket. I'll be okay, and I don't really need those skills. What type of skills?
I think a lot are taught now not to not repeat history, but to pretend it wasn't done correctly, so we can do it different this time. I'll leave it there. So it didn't work the last time, but we're gonna do it differently this time, and it'll work, and it never works. So yeah, and and they keep doing it over and over again because they don't want the history. The winners write the history books. Period.
I think nature is going to be the ultimate winner, and I think nature's going to be the one who's going to be writing anything, in stone. Mankind, when you start delving into nuclear stuff, and
Hey, Bob.
Good
Hey,
morning,
Bob.
guys.
yeah, maybe the nuclear stuff has contaminated these people somehow. It made them mad. Like they, say, MAD, M full stop, A full stop, D. Massive. What does that
The
stand
thing
for?
is, mutually assured destruction. I think a lot of people can, and a lot of people are used to just getting by, but you can go beyond that and learn to not only get by, but
Right.
enhance yourself and keep yourself sustainable and keep going. Because in the business of preparedness, survival, defense, etc., etc. If you're not sustainable, then you're not sustainable. You're going downhill, not uphill. So we've said this many times before. We're in the golden opportunity now, in relatively calm, peaceful times, pre-event times, so to speak, where we got the luxury of time and we got the luxury of evaluating and preparing now, planning things out. So people need to take a good long, hard look at themselves, the situation, location, preps, etc., survivability factor, however you want to do that. It's up to you. You can get external people in, you can get friends to do it, family, whatever. But they need to assess themselves in such a way where they need to identify what skills gaps they've got, where they're breaking down, where they're going to fall over, the weak points, the strong points, etc., etc. And then you can literally write these down, prioritize them. And if first aid, for instance, is not on the top of the list, it's at the bottom of the list, then you may want to change that. How you change it, you want to scope out some courses, free or paid or whatever. But I think that's a good starting point. And all this stems from, again, what type of threat you're faced with. If you're faced with a tsunami threat, for instance, then you want to base your skills and training around that. It's not all just about, a longer term thing. It might be the flash events which will kill you.
Tinkerbell, good to see you, man.
Fall over. If you're concerned with defense, then take self-defense classes. Get conversant with any weapons you're allowed to have and use, and practice with those, safety, and etc., etc. But one of the in recent years, one of the best ways I've found for people to learn all this sort of big array of skills or a particular set of skills, quote and take, is that is to join a club or an association or a group. In terms of, if you're interested in sailing, for instance, go join the sailing club. If you want to enhance your communication skills, go and join the local ham radio club.
Yeah.
Get the basic license, for instance, if we're talking about comms, and then elaborate from there. But go to your ham radio club, because it's not a cheap hobby either. They'll have equipment there you can use. There'll be a multitude of people who have done this sort of thing all their lives. They'll be able to tell you all the ins and outs of the location, what antennas to use, what frequencies to use, and you can build on that, and then your strands get bigger, and then you can. These clubs provide opportunity. It's like self-defense clubs, karate clubs, judo clubs, Krav Maga, and so on and so on. They'll provide you with extra opportunity and extra insight into the practical sides and the experience sides. Because we're talking about, if you go to a club, there's 15 members, you've got 15 people there with, more experience than just learning off of one single strand. So, generally these clubs won't cost much to join. Generally, a lot of clubs, especially in England and UK, a lot of clubs struggle for members, so they'll welcome you with open arms. And so they'll be eager to distribute their knowledge because they've been just talking to the other 15 members for the last 20, 30 years. So new fresh blood into the group, they'll be happy with that. And you get into it that way. And that's a really good, easy, cheap way of doing things and learning. And, fine, if you want to achieve a certain goal, move on to another group, then do it. But, all these groups are out there. You just got to go and find them.
I was thinking of another skill that can be really useful, actually. That is reading the weather patterns.
Yeah.
True.
Difficult one, I'd say. There's a lot of wives' tales out there about weather, and some are experience-based, some are guesswork. And weather is notoriously hard to predict. That's what they use, supercomputers and so on and so on. But if you're localized in a certain area, then you can learn to read the patterns quite well.
Weather affects everything.
Yeah, I've not really come across any groups or anything like that. It'd have to be. It's a difficult one, that, Shadow. It's a difficult one.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but it's not impossible. You can learn to read it, to look at the sky and see the clouds, what kind of cloud types or cloud it is, if it's nice weather clouds or if it's storm clouds and things like that. You can predict, okay, this gonna be a bad storm. So
Definitely,
you get time to get into shelter.
Definitely a skill to build up, because if the situation gets that bad, or your communication streams are cut off, then you are it. It's down to your predictions, your estimates as to what the weather's going to be like and change, and how it's going to affect the outcome of your crops, the group, how you shelter, and so on. Yeah.
Like another skill that is hard to learn, learning about soil and planting. That's that's very important.
Yeah.
If you've got good rich soil to start with, oh hey man, go for it. But if not, if it takes a lot of soil amending, learn which plants are soil fixers, how to dig French drains if necessary, etc., etc. There's a great deal to it, just like weather. But it's important because everybody's got to eat.
You are absolutely talking my language now, Bob. It all begins with soil, and life itself cannot be sustained without good nutrition. And if you want to kind of, for the most part, if you want to live a healthy and happy life, it really does start with the same thing. The concept as well of making sure that for 30 seconds, I'll just speak about soil health in general, and having a really good mulch, like starting off with a nice annual mulch. So just regular leaves that fall off trees, preferably trees that are non-toxic. Laying laying like a nice level of mulch as well. Say for example, like the depth of a person's average finger. You want to get a good mulch in, like a good annual. And then there are bioaccumulators, as Bob was speaking about there as well, that can give you free fertilizer for your other trees, where you get certain legumes. Certain types of legumes as well will actually extract large amounts of the minerals from the soil and distribute it either via mycelium or just the regular mannerism of it dropping its leaves and turning back into the soil. And you can also take those leaves and turn it into like a liquidized fertilizer and spray that on a lot of the areas where you've got some of those fruit trees. And also one of the best ways to kind of do that too is a plant called comfrey. And if you are familiar with comfrey, what it essentially does is it also works as a great extractor, and then you just chop up the leaves, you make yourself some comfrey stew, and then you dilute that with some water, and you're good to go. So your soil health is extremely important.
Yeah, there's also like when growing up, we grew all of our own food. We did all of our soil amending with compost, and every winter my dad and I would a cover crop called winter ryegrass that adds new nitrogen into the soil over the winter. It's a soil fixer, and it also chops up with a rototiller very easily in the spring and goes right into the soil. That's one of the winter ryegrass. And there's like some farmers here use peanuts. They'll plant a crop of peanuts. It's a sacrificial crop, but then they'll go in the spring and plow that in. Like on my grass, I'm replacing my grass with white Dutch clover because that's a soil fixer. There's quite a number of different crops you can plant to keep your soil healthy even over the winter time, and keep the unwanted weeds down, prevent them from growing, choke them out.
And other things you can do. I mean, if you're in an environment you've never grown anything in before, you have different sub-environments on your property, so to speak. You can, I mean, like I have a lot of woods and tree line on my property. Most of it's pine trees. Well, guess what? String beans don't grow very well in there because the soil's too acidic because of the pine trees. Other things grow, but the field, on the other hand, is growing string beans and peas because it was farmed probably 50 years ago or 20 years ago. So the soil has been fixing itself with all the weeds and stuff over the decades. But if you don't have a test kit, you're not sure what it is, plant one particular seed in like 4 different, what you could potentially determine slightly different environments, in terms of, okay, I got a lot of deciduous trees here. I have a lot of conifers here. This is a field. This has some other kind of thing. This is a swampy area. See where it grows the best. And at that point, you'll know, okay, so if I want to grow beans this year, I'm going to have to plant them over in this area. I'll clear an area. And I want to grow corn. Well, if the corn didn't work over there, so let me try, it works over here. So let me grow some corn over here and beets and root vegetables. So depending on how big your spot is, or even small, you may be planted in different parts of your yard or your little area because of where the sun hits it, what was growing there before, what kind of soil conditions change every couple feet in the general environment. So you can try to fix everything with just nitrogen, but you got other things missing, and it's either a little acidic, a little alkaline. You got not enough potassium, too much potassium. So, I mean, there's a lot involved, but just understanding how to maybe figure it out for yourself. It may take a year, a season, but you can usually, if you take notes, and it's like, okay, I make a little map. Okay, I planted my green beans over here and here and here. Same seed, same depth, same everything, watered them the same, but they only worked very well over here. So guess what? Next year, I'm planting beans over there. Same with any kind of vegetable, root vegetables, you name it. So that's just a basic skill to try to, it's a skill to figure out how to understand something, not necessarily just do it. So it's a knowledge, but it's not a knowledge. It's a learning experience, but you need to know how to learn from that experience. Does that make sense? And here comes an ambulance. Yay. Can anybody hear? Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we got
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
the ambulance.
We got you.
Got quiet for a second. I'm like, okay, no, that ambulance was not for me.
No, and if that would be for you, I would be surprised actually.
If it was about to be for me, I'd turn the camera on and be like, well, at least I got. Although I'd probably get fired from my job for doing that.
There's a lot of various websites and so on. If people keep looking and just not endless scrolling, but if you're looking in the right places, you would find lots of free online courses. I came across one 3 or 4 years ago. Creek Stewart, who's he does the Apoco Box subscription box, and I was watching a video YouTube, and some guy was saying Creek is offering a free course, the one-time sort of deal jobby. So I went onto his website, and he was doing this like, it was a free course. It was a 5-hour long course. Normally you have to pay for it, but it was doing a one-off deal, and it was through all about sprouting seeds. And he talked you through literally from zero all the way through to the full system of how to sprout them, what equipment you need. It was literally like being in a classroom. So you couldn't have asked for anything better with that particular bit of knowledge. And so that got me into it. So I now know how to do it. I bought all the gear. I practiced with it, and I'm fully conversant with sprouting seeds and stuff like that. And you can quickly build up a good little scheme of work and skills by doing it that way. So basically, what I'm saying is, if people look out there, the various websites that offer these free courses available, then there's plenty to be had. There's one particular one I look at called Eventbrite. I'm not sure if it might be. In fact, it's all around the world. Yeah, that's right. And basically, you look at your area, and it will tell you events, workshops, or courses that are going on. I'm currently subscribed. My next one is coming up. Is on Thursday. It's about existential threats we're facing around the world, from AI to some bio threat. And this particular one is a couple of hours long, and it's got all these experts, doctors, professors all talking about relevant subjects. So, you know, it's a good sort of waste of my time, if you like, and a good sort of couple of hours to fill here and there. Is look out for these courses, and you'll be amazed to, you know, as to what you can find out there that's actually been offered free.
It'll be difficult to debate whether there's actually a better waste of time regarding what a person can do with their spare time. I absolutely think that where a person can gain knowledge, and if they actually enjoy gaining knowledge, it helps so much.
So I'm looking at
make Bob's screen big for us, please, Shadow. Bob's trying to show us something there. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is how I fortify my lawn. Or this one's already been through the cycle. These are rock tumblers. I bought 2 of them.
Right.
These are strips of rhubarb that are kind of dried out, and the rest of it is like the brown paper and white paper. That's Amazon boxes and different documents. Coffee grounds with rhubarb strips inside of there, and it comes out. The finished product comes out like this. That's your organic, more or less organic fertilizer, and I throw that out into the lawn.
Yes.
And if you handle paper properly, it breaks right down into decent fertilizer. Yeah.
Yeah. You know? That's a lawn dressing pretty much for the most part. Add in a little bit of chicken manure there, or a little bit of cow manure with that, and you've got an amazing lawn dressing. It's brilliant.
It takes some work, but the fertilizer that you need to grow almost anything is right there at your hands. You just got to be able to see it. It's right there. It's all around you. Take it right off your own land and handle it properly, add to it, and keep your soil tilled, and almost anything will grow, you know, but it takes time. But that's what I do. This is the stuff I do all winter, and just make buckets full of it and then go out and throw it in the lawn and let it go, let it rock, you know.
Well, there's a lot,
time, but it is worth it.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about the idea of permaculture and reusing everything that you have. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah. This is coffee grounds from the coffee shop I go to. They'll just hand out great big bags of used coffee grounds, and the coffee's good, and the baristas are cute. So I get a feast for my eyes and a feast for the soil all at the same time.
Nothing wrong, sir. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, I thought I'd share that. It just takes time. Yeah, it just takes time and effort. Almost anything organic, if you put it on the soil. And I made a video yesterday where I had taken a 5-gallon bucket, drilled holes in it about a year ago. Every time we had leftover rice, peelings of different types, everything, banana peels, all that, let it sit in there with a few earthworms scrambling around in there. And I dug it out yesterday and made a compost tea video. I mean, table scraps, man, put that stuff back in the dirt. It's good stuff. But you got to be careful. You got to be careful of those damned annoying raccoons.
Yeah.
I don't know if you look at that. Real love, that's really interesting.
What's that?
Sorry,
don't make me call my rabid cousin who lives out there.
No, but it worked out.
All the time.
You can see that video where I started off, where I had to get a screw-on lid for a 5-gallon bucket because of the wildlife that lives here. I can't throw that stuff out in the grass because we'll have every creepy crawly mammal out there trying to get under my house or up in the attic. So I had to figure out a way to contain it. Look how rich that stuff is now. It's beautiful. It's perfect, you know. All right, I'm done.
No, it's good.
Okay, let's after the heavy rain I got collected the TBE water that's seeped down into the catch trays, plus rainwater I collected got used to water the plants today.
Yeah.
Good.
There you go. Good go.
And rainwater has the added benefit of it being full of nitrates, so plants love it, and it also lacks the chlorine that people usually put into the municipal water.
Yes.
So when you get your actual fresh rainwater, it's so good for plants. They love it. They're having the time of their lives, I promise you.
It cleans the dust off the leaves. In fact, we had a couple of days in a row of pretty heavy rain right here. So I took my house plants, ran them outside, and my hanging baskets, put them right out in the direct rain, and they just freshen right up, you know.
Yeah, no, they would. They absolutely would. And I like what you've created. You showed us the other day some of your metallurgy kind of project where you've got the different plants as well. And then you showed us on another stream a while back. I remember I remember the little details. And then I remember that those different pots that you also repurposed for gardening as well, to take some of those almost ceramic pots.
Yeah, kitchenware. Yeah, you can reuse it as long as it doesn't freeze. Because freezing will shatter kitchenware. But yeah, why not? It's a resource there. It's all. I buy mine at a charity shop that helps out people financially who need financial assistance, and yeah, it all works out, man.
Yeah.
That's good.
As long as it's work, you use it.
Yes, repurpose and reuse. 100% sure.
Yes. That's what I'm all about.
I think that is more important than ever these days.
Certainly.
Yeah, it's one of the basic rules of permaculture, and like that's where the whole thing really comes from, is repurposing your material that's on your ground, knowing how to repurpose organic material, and then using crop rotation. Not only that, but being able to grow vertically, having like the 7 layers of a food forest. If you want to really get into that side of it, and it's one of those skills. I think that we've spoken about like the medical and first aid, and where to get it as well. And we've spoken about that, which is really important. And a lot of these, the topic for the stream as well that we're speaking about, where to get it. Sometimes just what you can access through internet, having that capability. Preparedness Veteran was speaking about, YouTube, being able to use YouTube as a resource. And I don't talk about this very often, but it's something that goes through my mind, where I wonder truly how much we would miss having Google, or as of recent ChatGPT or Grok, having your AI assistants, and how much you'd miss having just a YouTube, just being the capability for us to really log on to YouTube, and for us to be able to go and look up pretty much anything. Because it's, as Preparedness Veteran, you were mentioning that you can pretty much look up anything, and you can look up how to do and how to like obtain certain skill sets from pretty much any vertical regarding outdoors or whatever it is, DIY, like wood, basically woodworking, carpentry. It's extensive. Preparedness.
I've learned so much right here on YouTube, guys. Yeah, I grew up before there was home computers, and what your resource was books and grandma, and grandma and grandpa. That's where your resource was. Yeah,
I remember going to the encyclopedia at the local library as well for research. To research that way. Go ahead, Preparedness Veteran.
Yeah, same here. I was going to say the school projects, going to the library, and then this fantastic thing came along called Encarta, the CD, which is this online.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You'd be going around, people saying, "Ask me anything," and then you would put the CD in, and you come up with this. Before that, it was like the big famous one was Encyclopedia Britannica. It cost a lot of money to buy them all, so you went to the library and got them. But I think we're conditioned now, especially in the modern day generation, who hadn't grown up with, all they know is, they can't imagine life before the internet. So this vast amount of information available to them, if it's gone, then where do they go? I mean, we can all relate to, we've got a frame of reference as to what we do and so on. But I think it would be a massive, obviously a massive downturn if we were to lose that capability. I mean, in the last 10 minutes while you've been talking there, I've just been on one particular website, this one I was talking about earlier, Eventbrite. Just been Googling but searching various subjects on Eventbrite, and it's worldwide. And I found 3 within the first couple of minutes. One of them is, it's an active shooter preparedness webinar, online, free. And it's on the 5th of June. So that's available for people to seek out and watch. 2 hours that lasts for. There's another one, emergency preparedness for parents and babies. So these subjects are quite wide varying. Again, free. That's an hour. Another one, workplace active shooter training, surviving a gun attack, and all this sort of stuff. For that costs for that one. That's £11.99. That's actually in London. It's not a free event, and you physically got to be there. But
send me that parenting one. Please don't forget to send me the link for that parenting one. Please, Preparedness Veteran.
Yeah, no worries. I'll post it on the chat in a sec. But, I'll post it. The website's called Eventbrite. I've .co.uk. I'm not sure if you can access it other places, but I'll send the links in a second. And like I say, if anything, they're a good starting point, which will allow people to explore what other avenues they can go down and ultimately get themselves better prepared for.
So I'll add on to what you're speaking about now, and I really just want to thank you for that parenting one. It's huge. That's something that I kind of do thought projects on quite often, and just do a bit of trial and error testing and stuff as well when it comes to what people have been able to do in the past is really important. And I think that's something that a lot of people
links in the chat there.
Perfect. Thanks. I'm going to actually check out that now, right? And then something that I just wanted to add to what you were saying. There are resources that you can use from like an old, very durable, and make sure it's a durable, rugged Android with a good power bank on the side with a solar panel. And it's a very easy kind of tech piece of equipment that you can function and privy together if you want. And essentially what you do on that Android, because it'll be durable in the cover, you make sure it's extremely durable and rugged cover. Perhaps even slide in maybe 2 or 3 extra screens for yourself if the screens do tend to break, because over a long enough period, we're not dealing with the Caterpillar phones, we're dealing with the regular kind of like Android. And then we also have that solar bank that's connected onto it. And the reason for you having that device in a SHTF, unless there's an EMP solar flare that occurs, it wipes that out in itself. But if it is sealed in a correct metal sealing as well, you should be able to get away with it. But the point is, when it comes down to the device that you'll have, you can have essentially the encyclopedia, and I'll send you the link as well a little bit later between our group. I'll send you the guys the link, and I'll put it in the side chat where there's a site, and you guys can give it a quick Google as well. But the applications that you want to get on your phone there's an offline map of the whole world. So essentially, you can get like an atlas for your phone that you don't need any internet connection. That once it's on your phone, you don't have a Garmin, but I mean, you've got something pretty similar to like an actual GPS if you have this app. So look up free offline app for mapping. And this also goes very well into the topic of the stream as well, Shadow. So when it comes down to having like an offline map, that's what you need to have. And then there's also an offline encyclopedia. So basically, when it comes down to it, there's one more as well, an extremely important, it's almost like one of the first AIs. So it works similar to ChatGPT. So what you can essentially do is you can say, okay, I have 2 batteries, a couple of wires, and 2 forks. What can I do with this in a survival situation? And you can actually type that into the offline prompt, and it'll be essentially working, and it works similarly to the way that a regular ChatGPT works. So look up AI assistants and chatbots that are offline, and I'm doing, if you guys remember what I've said in the last minute, to really hone in on these 3. So it's the offline encyclopedia, offline atlas, and offline AI assistant. If you have those connected to a solar device, you'll become the wealthiest man known to.
That's a fact.
Yeah, if you have those 3. So definitely look into those 3. Make sure you've got a very strong solar device and a good power supply that's with that as well, like something that's really rugged, like a good power bank, and you'll be A for away. I'm telling you, you will not be you really don't want to be in a situation post SHTF where you do not have what I've just mentioned, because now you have an encyclopedia, you've got an AI mod, and you've got a world map. So any street view, anything like that, like it really is incredible. So just helping you guys out with that.
Good deal. Good deal.
Good
Hey,
deal.
real quick,
I
I gotta
agree.
run inside and take care of some business here for about a half hour. I'm gonna log off. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
No
Chat to you,
problem.
Shep. Later, Shep. Bye-bye.
I've used I use Organic Maps, which is an offline mapping thing, and you download the maps you want, and that's it. You're on your phone.
Brilliant.
There's
That'll work.
I think the Urban Prepper did a video on how to download complete Wikipedia as a reference tool offline quite easily as well. That's a good sort of similar thing to what you said there. What sort of what AI model was it called? Where do you find it? Guardian.
Yeah, I'm just busy getting the link for you guys as well.
All right. In fact, funnily enough,
all right.
the parenting course I was just looking at, it's made for you because it actually says be ready for emergencies with our parents and baby emergency feeding and preparedness course. The online class is designed to help any guardian.
See, it's perfect. It's got my
There
name
it
on
is. Mhm.
There's another whilst you're looking for that AI model thing. There's a scheme in Britain, and probably pertains to other countries as well. It's called WWOOF, the WWOOF, which it means Worldwide Opportunities on Organic Farms. Basically, they allow you to go to their farm, an organic farm.
Welcome, Lilibet. Good to see you, man.
Basically, live and work on the farm free, and learn about sustainable lifestyles and how to do things the way they do it, which is a good sort of hands-on free course. So I suppose all it will be needing quality time out from wherever people are working to actually get involved and get in there and deal with it all. Yeah, WWOOF.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be there. Need that. I think that's going to provide a large amount of useful information. It's that. It's on the side of those thought experiments and psychological element to preparedness that really has me hooked on. That I'll always go back on. If I'm feeling prepper fatigue, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but a person definitely experiences prepper fatigue. I think I've been prepping for just over 2 decades now, and it is something where occasionally, like maybe once every second year or so, you'll get into like a patch for like a month or so, like maybe a few weeks to a month, where you just don't feel like doing the things, and you don't feel like doing the research and keeping your ear to the ground. And it's actually good. It's healthy psychologically to take a bit of a break from being consistently bombarded with like all of the negativity. So yeah, it's just, I think that's super helpful.
I understand that feeling, Guardian, because there are occasions when I've just got to step away. I've heard enough. I can't do anything. Just walk away from it for a while and then come back.
Yeah, as long as you, for the most part, just keep a little bit of an ear to the ground when you are going through those periods where you just have alert systems set up and friends that would contact you immediately, as in the case of any scenario occurring. You can have that for the most part, but yeah, just as you're saying, just being able to step away for a bit and catch a bit of a breather. I'm gonna, the Mrs. Guardian is just taking a bit of a rest, so she did ask that I wake her up, and I also got a bit of an energy drink, so she's gonna be quite happy about that. And then, yeah, I'll chat to everybody quite soon. I've really loved being on the panel. The one thing I'm missing from this panel is, I don't know where Gil has been. Shadow, did Gil tell you that he wasn't going to be able to make it tonight?
He would not be able to make it for today, no.
Okay. I hope to have him next week, on next week, Saturday, because last week when he was around on that big stream that you did, I think there were like at times 7 people or 8 people even. Fantastic to have Gil there, and it really was enjoyable. And I always, I do actually learn quite a lot from each of you guys as well. So
hey, Troy Sutton, good to see you.
Hey, welcome in, Troy. Just as I'm leaving, though. Have a lovely evening, everybody, and I might be back in chat a little bit later. But thanks for the conversation, everybody. Really respect you guys.
Later.
Bye.
Cheers,
later.
There's another a good course website. It's called Coursera. Coursera. And like if you do a search on something like agriculture, and then one of the things that pops up, it's a worldwide one as well, is one that pops up in Australia for all the Aussies there. It says it's a free course, 1 to 3 months in duration. And the skills
That's a
you'll
long
gain.
course.
Yeah, skills you'll gain: land management, water resources, community development, environment, and resource management. And it goes on from there. University of Western Australia, free. Some of these, it's unbelievable. Some of these things, pest and disease management, agroforestry, these are all free.
Yeah.
Understanding plants from basics all the way onwards. Sustainable food production through livestock health management, free. It's again 3 months long. That is in Illinois. Yeah, I mean, going back to what I was saying earlier about clubs. I mean, part of sailing clubs and radio clubs, all this sort of stuff, and karate clubs. They're an excellent way to get into various things and to develop skills. Even if
it is.
Yeah, like your Shadow, you're on to jiu-jitsu, aren't you? So
Yeah,
you
jiu-jitsu.
get in there, start from the bottom, and there's plenty of people willing to jump in and learn, and teach you. They're all eager. I've never come across any sort of club or group that there's been negativity, really.
If you are going to a club like karate club, jiu-jitsu club, make sure they have good certified instructors.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. As I was saying earlier, you got to anyone who's doing any sort of formal teaching like that, you got to check their credentials out, make sure they're keeping current and all this sort of stuff. And if they don't, any good instructor will be willing to show you their credentials. They'll be willing to show you their history of learning and their refresher courses and so on. And if they don't, alarm bells should start to ring. And these days, it's easy to check people out in that sort of respect.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if anyone's brought up this topic about where to learn from is from our own senior citizens. Grandma, grandpa, the older couple down the laneway, there's a lifetime of information right there. As long as you're respectable and be able to communicate with them, man, it's right there, right next door, or at your senior centers. There's people there who are lonely and bored, and they're more than willing to sit down and talk with you.
Yeah, I
great
agree.
resource. Great resource, and it's all for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And if they've probably been around long enough time that if they don't know the answer, they'll know someone who will.
That's for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think The Real of Survival mentioned something similar about that earlier. He's just gone offline at the moment, I think. But
yeah.
Yeah, it's a good idea what Guardian said there about the offline AI assistant. That's definitely a good thing to use. I've just looked it up. Meet Layla, it's called. The world's first private
Layla
offline AI. Yeah, I'll have a look at that.
Well, just making a cup of tea. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're saying Daryl about your parents teaching you things.
That's right, and the sheep's head in the pot, and learning how to. Actually, I watched. My father was a tailor, and as a youngster, I used to visit him in his shop in the West End.
You're a bit muffled there.
Okay, let me get the headphones on. Just bear with me a second.
It's a buzzing sound.
How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah, much
Yeah,
better.
now it's cleaner.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not only did I learn from my mother's cooking, I also learnt from my father. He was a tailor in the West End. He used to have a small shop, and I used to sit there watching him doing alterations, maybe fixing a button or a zip, and I learnt how to do that just simply by sitting there, just of being observant, being patient, waiting for my dad to finish work so we can go off. But didn't it wasn't that boring because I ended up learning how to sew, repair stuff. If trousers are too long, I know how to do alterations and shorten them down. So it's good skills to know how to repair stuff, how to fix stuff.
In fact, that's an undervalued skill actually, because we got taught basic sewing skills and needle craft and stuff like that at school. We used to get taught that stuff back then, but I don't know if they got taught it nowadays. And tell you why it's valuable is part of any SOP kit in the army. What we had was something called a housewife for listeners out there, which is a small pocket-sized sewing kit. So a couple of different types of needle and thread, and then you can do basic repairs on you. And you'll find if you're moving at night or you stumble across any sort of barbed wire fence, for instance, and it shreds, rips your trouser leg or your arm or something like that, you can quite easily repair it yourself.
Yeah.
And other articles of clothing, I've done that before as well.
Yeah, they've taught us that in the Air Force, PV. They issued us out a sewing kit, and we were required and graded on altering our issued uniforms to be able to fit the height of the leg, the trousers. It's got to be just right. And yeah, that we were taught that and graded on it in the Air Force.
Sewing your own badges on, all this sort of stuff.
Mhm.
You take it to the tailoress, and they normally take a couple of weeks, so it's quicker to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was in the army, I had to sew on my own. But it took me a couple of hours before I finished that. So
Problem with people
because I
in the
sat
military,
on sewing.
problem with people in the military is they find a shortcut for whatever job you think of.
Oh,
And,
always.
when it comes to sewing, it was we had this thing called Wonder Web, and you just you put it underneath your badge, iron it on, and that's it. It's on forever.
Job done.
All the way through to
Yeah.
making your shoes shiny or bulling your boots. Some guy found out that if you use tornado nose cone paint, it makes your shoes permanently gold.
Yeah.
And it works. You just got to get to know the right RAF guy to get to supply you with this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, good skill to know how to repair stuff, how to clean stuff is very good skill. Even some people they spray their stuff. Even you spray, you make something waterproof. That's all. Maybe that's a skill, knowing how to make stuff waterproof, making your clothing waterproof. What is good to use? Is there anything in nature?
Thing is with knowledge and skills and a specific task is you can learn knowledge and task quite relatively easy. It's skills are a bit of a different matter because you look at the classification of skills. A skill is something you need to practice constantly to avoid skill fade. So if you don't do that particular task or job or whatever after a certain period of time, you get skill fade and you start to get a bit rusty about it. Classics one is Morse code, for instance. If you don't do Morse code for a number of months or years, then your speed will drop and you have to start getting your skills back up there. So learning a skill is quite it could be easy to learn the skill, but developing the skill to a better standard will require time and effort, and that's probably more problematic for people, especially in people's busy lifestyles these days. It depends how much of a priority they put on things.
It's a good
Yeah.
idea. That's a good idea to have refreshing courses, as well as we talked about doing drills. Could be good to also, while you're doing drills, have refresher courses as well. Right. Let's recap on our first aid skills
Well,
and
yeah.
knowledge. Let's recap on the Morse code.
The
Well, the wifey's home.
in the army, for instance, every year, every person in the army had to do a set sequence of lessons every year to keep their skills going. And the basic ones were NBC, first aid, for instance. They had to do those every year, and if it didn't, then they didn't qualify to a certain standard. Obviously, operational requirements.
Yeah.
Okay, Bob. Yep, no worries.
Yeah, Bob. Are you coming back, or time out?
He's
Okay.
timing
I
out.
hope
He
his
might
wife
be-
is not time Bob out. That would be.
Hey, the camera's
terrible.
on, so yeah. So yeah, depending on what skills you're practicing and stuff, some may need to be practiced regularly.
Yeah, definitely.
But others, once you learn to, riding the bike, you learn it once, and you're probably fully conversant on it for life. Other
Yeah.
skills take a lot of constant drilling. One of the things which I hear, not so much these days, but about 10 odd years ago, in the prepper sphere, suturing wounds, stitching wounds was a big thing that came to light on the YouTube sphere.
Yeah.
And there was, stitching arms up and legs up and practicing on pigs' trotters and all this sort of stuff, orange peels. There were videos everywhere, but you don't really see it anymore, do you? I don't know if the boredom factor's gone and, it's been thrashed to death or what, but that sort of skill is can quite easily be learnt, and it online, and you could buy suture kits that you can practice with, and they come up with various latex, different types of wound, and you practice on those. But you don't see that many of them anymore.
Yeah, suturing, that takes a lot of practice to get good at it.
Yeah, plus you need to it's remembering the style of knot as well, and how to apply it to various types of wound as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
But things like learning how to operate a particular type of machinery, a generator, for instance, fairly simple. And if you can write the instructions down, step 1, turn the isolation switch on. Step 2, make sure you got fuel. Step 3, check the air filter, and so on and so on. Then once you've done it once and you've written it down, anyone could basically follow it, really. I suppose it's like teaching a dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another place people can go for to get courses and stuff like that is night school, colleges, universities.
Yeah.
Just about every college in UK, for instance, does night school classes at the beginning of the year or the beginning of their term or whatever they call it. They produce booklets with pretty much low-cost courses on them. Quite a variety of ones as well. And 1 or 2 to 3 hours a week, and then that's it. At the end of it, you get some sort of test and certificate to prove you reached a certain standard. And I've actually known people to make successful second careers out of an initial course they've done out of college.
Yeah.
So colleges, the internet, YouTube, conventions, clubs, they're all there for people to grab. Unfortunately, unless you know which one to go for, then you're just walking around in circles, really.
Yeah.
So that's why I say go back to the evaluation at the beginning of everything. Know what threats you're faced with, and write down your deficits and what you would like to do, and then prioritize them. And if you can't make it because it's too far to travel, or you can't afford the particular course, then seek an alternative way of doing it, like reverting back, worst case, to YouTube, for instance.
Yeah.
Or going to the library and doing it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and once any events happen, it's too late. You'd wish you'd have taken the classes. You wish you'd have done CPR lessons. You'd have wished you'd have learned how to do crofting or small holdings and animal husbandry and all this sort of stuff. Pest control, basic first aid, basic health and hygiene. But yeah, unfortunately, it's down to the individual themselves to drive themselves. No one's going to push themselves towards people. No one's going to hold your hand and guide people to where they want to be. It's up to them, because every situation is different. Every location is different, and so on. You've got to drag your own ass out of bed and seek it. And then once you've done a particular course, that's ticking the box. Before you weren't trained, now you are trained. So you're over a certain fence and hurdle, and you're a bit of a better person. You've got more knowledge than you did have before. So,
and you can also go to those study association in your local area. They have different types of way.
So what was this? Study associations. What are they?
Well, it's basically you can choose from if you want to learn photography, take a class, and it is usually a cheap version of a longer classes, basically. So you take, you go there for, let's say, 10 times, and you pay maybe $50 or so.
Right. Sounds a bit like a club. We got something similar.
So you can get your hunting license. You can get your hunter's exam on those study associations. We have a lot of them here.
Right. So it sounds like, we got things that are similar here. For instance, if you go to the gun club, you've got to do a certain amount of time at the gun club before you can go on to the more trustworthy next level, and so on. Or we got places here where just down the road you can do a 10-week archery course. Every Thursday evening you go there, and they'll take you through from absolute beginner all the way through to a certain standard. from using longbows to crossbows, all that sort of stuff. So and that'll be the same sort of thing as you just said there, Shadow. You'll pay a sort of a minimal fee every time you go. That covers the venue, club fees, and so on. And then at the end of it, you've achieved a certain aim and a certain standards. You may have a test involved, and then you'll get a certificate and so on.
Yeah, great ideas. While they're available, while they're here, do courses like you said. You've done one, you to tick in the box, do another one, and of course, when you do these courses, they give you leaflets, paperwork. Maybe you find out books to study about the subject. So after you've done the course, sometime after, you could do a refresher every so often.
Yeah,
does make sense. And I want to look more into the archery stuff myself.
No, there's plenty of. There's one 3 mile away from where we are, and they're part of a bigger group network in the UK that they're doing all over the country. So it wouldn't surprise me if there is one. There would be one near you.
I'll look into that.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the sort of thing clubs are good for. You see, just about normally most clubs, from archery clubs, camera clubs,
No guild today.
sailing clubs, radio clubs, they will all, you'll turn up there, you'll get involved with the club, you'll get chatting to people. Near enough, all of them will provide some sort of course there, so, and it'll be low cost course. Some of them maybe even be free, and they'll probably attend many events. For instance, most radio clubs are part of a system called RayNet, which provides emergency comms to various events. Or sorry, they provide emergency communications to the council, and for a low-level government outage for the immediate term, not the longer term. And they'll get involved in, as part of that sort of practice, they'll cover things like running events, cycling events, and they'll do their form of practice will be covering those events. So that'll be the sort of practice part of that course, if you see what I mean. And in every course there'll be a batch of geeks in the course who are really into it, and they'll have spent all their life savings on all the gear. That have been doing it since they were like teenagers. I can name a couple of. Our local radio club, for instance, there's a guy there who's been involved with radios since the 60s. He's got just about every radio you can think of. God knows how much it cost him to buy all this stuff. And he couldn't. No, he doesn't know. You could ask him anything and he'll know about it. Guy at the archery club, he knows everything about it. He could make your longbow out of a yew tree. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Norfolk, UK prepper says, like the emergency bandwidth on the mobile towers for government departments, that PV is going on about.
Yeah, previously, RayNet is starting to die now a bit because of the modern availability of comms to everybody. I mean, you can argue, why do you need this sort of thing? Was in its height of effect in the 80s, I'd say, and then in the 90s it was starting to thin out a bit. In the 2000s it almost dropped dead, and there's the dieharders out there kept the emergency comms thing going because they didn't want it to die. But now you've got the advent of things like Starlink, when you could literally throw a Wi-Fi bubble up anywhere in the world and provide instant comms. Who needs anything else as an emergency sort of setup? You can power it by solar panels, and you got a 100-meter Wi-Fi bubble off of a little 1-foot square dish. It's unbelievable. From the Arctic all the way to the middle of the Sahara, it's just literally tolerant through extremes of temperature, and limited through power availability. So if you've got a solar panel and you're in the sun, you can keep it going. But yeah, but these little groups and stuff, they keep themselves going, they keep themselves alive. Yeah, probably a matter of time as to how long they will be going as the dieharders die out and so on, and technology takes over. But that's on the comms side of it, going on to things like first aid, that will never be a dying trade. There'll always be someone out there, St. John Ambulance, for instance, that can be available to teach us things like that, or you can be part of. Scouts, if you want to be part of the scouting movement, become a volunteer, and the opportunities that become available to you through scouting as an adult will be more than you wouldn't have had access to. All the better if you can do it while you're younger, but
yeah,
a lot of people miss the boat.
True, there is a lot of volunteer work out there available if people, where in
things
some
like
places,
things like community gardens as well is another form of like little club in which you're not necessarily getting formal training, although many suppose some will provide some sort of course or something like that, but getting involved and thrashing out what's going to work, what's not going to work, and chatting through the other group members as to what, through their experience, how they do things. They know the plants in the area, the soil and stuff like that. They will know, and that's, that sort of training and getting amongst people is far better than not getting amongst it and going blind. Working blindly.
Hey, Slippery Pickle, good to see you. Yeah, and Mike is in the house. Any about pop-ups? A couple of seconds.
The problem I find with most courses, like, I don't know, let's pick one. Sailing courses, for instance.
Yeah.
Is it starts to get a bit, it follows a sort of national framework of instruction, which is all well and good. You get a good qualification out of it, good sustainable knowledge, and good credible knowledge at the end of it. But I find it gets some of these courses get so simplistic and so simple, and they just overstretch the step-by-step methods that it appears to be a money-making business at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So again, it depends on your budget as well, how much time you can put into it, what the need to do the course. If you're living on an island and part of your plan is to escape by boat and you can't sail, then do a sailing course. Likewise, if you can't swim and you live anywhere near water, or the need is there to learn to swim, go down to your local pool. There's bound to be an adult swimming teaching class, But again, it's all down to the need of the individual and what deficits they've got.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Good evening, you wonderful people.
Hey, Mike. Good evening, Mike.
One thing we used to have quite common in the army was train the trainer course. So if you're part of a group, for instance, and one person in the group either can't afford to do the training, or they haven't got the time to do the training because they're working, or there's something that stops them doing it anyway, and another member they can do the course and they can pass that level of knowledge across to the rest of the group, train the trainer. So you don't all have to be consumed into going on the course, for instance. And so likewise, and then if all, you get a variety of skill set amongst the group. So if one's done a particular course, another person's done another particular course, and so on, then you can afford to train the other members of the group as to what and you get that bit more of a skills overlap, so that if one person goes down or gets killed through whatever reason, you haven't lost your only electrician, you haven't lost your only medic, you haven't lost your only sailor or whatever. There's always a bit of overlap, so you can get by when that person's gone.
Yeah, handy thing to do even in workplaces, because fate can happen to somebody the next day, and if nobody else can do the job.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree.
Else, knowing about machinery, knowing about tools, knowing about even things like hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, you're here. I popped on. I don't know if my background noise is killing it.
No, you're right.
Yeah, funny you should say that, Mike, because they're about to learn the hard way at my company, because I just took a position in the company in another division, and I'm the guy that, not to pat myself on the back, I'm the one that everybody calls to figure stuff out. And they're all like, you're leaving? I'm like, yeah, I'm done. 18 years of doing this. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm going to do something else in the company. And they're like, well, what are we going to do? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe you should have learned from me for the last 18 years instead of letting me do it for you. Oops.
Yeah, I feel that. At least you've pre-warned them and not just disappeared overnight, though.
Oh, they've known about this for 6 months, and they're like, well, maybe we won't let you leave. I'm like, maybe I'll just quit.
Yeah.
In which case, you're going to be without me either way. I said, what if I die tomorrow? Don't say that. It's like, what if I quit tomorrow? What if I win the lottery tomorrow? What if I transfer tomorrow? Well, the transfer part, because it's internal, is killing them because they know I'm still with the company, but they won't be able to talk to me between 8 and 5 p.m. because I'll be on the phone lines dealing with other technicians. So unless they want to call the hotline and wait, no, you're not getting right through to me. Sorry.
Well, this is it. Taking things for granted. I was hoping Gil would be on because I made a purchase off his advice last week.
What'd you do?
No, it's just one of the barbecue starters, and I saw it cheap when I saw that, and he made notches for the top to use it as like a stove. So my next camp outing, which should be not next week, the week after, I'll be cooking on this.
Oh, it's the charcoal starter, the stainless or whatever, with the holes in it. Yeah, they're good, but you got to watch out because there are big holes in the side. So coals will start to fall out on the ground next to it. So it's not the perfect cook stove. But you know what? In a pinch, give it a shot. See what happens.
Do you know what? Out of habit, wherever I'm, even if it's a campsite that allows open fires and things like that, wherever I am, I cut a square out of the dirt, lift it out, create a fire pit, and I can do everything in there, and then I can fill it in at the end. So
use less fuel than their big fire pit, which loses heat everywhere. Yep.
Yeah. So, cool. Fire starting is a skill, actually. Not just how to strike it and how to get it started and begin with, but building it up and maintaining a fire is definitely a skill that people should have and think about.
I don't know if you saw it on my channel, Mike, but I made mine similar to that out of a paint can. That's what my wife used to cook on during the Civil War when they were on the run.
Wow.
Just a 1 gallon paint can, and drill some holes in it, cut a slot in it, and start throwing the wood in there, and stuff like that. The simple stuff works really well. Works very well.
Yeah. And when it's learned through necessity like that, you do what you can, right? The good thing with something like that, with a paint can, it's a bit like when you use the normal cans for the hobo stove, but a bigger version is you don't have to be as picky about timber. You can burn literally any little bits of scraps and things you find, everything, and it's efficient enough to boil a bit of water, etc.
I've found that the steel cans, the paint cans, that they work great. They're not designed for longevity. So I actually have a couple stainless steel. They're like special pots that go in different size holes to keep things warm. And the small ones are great as long as you're willing to sacrifice it. I mean, it's a pot that's like, I don't know, I'd say 4 inches in diameter, which is about 10 centimeters, 12 centimeters. And they're about 10 inches tall. And they're great. You cut some holes in the bottom for ventilation, and then, so the air can get in. You can put it inside another stainless pot. Yeah, it'll get hot and blue and all that, but it won't deteriorate near as fast as regular steel, which will oxidize at the same time it's getting hot, and then they just fall apart after a couple uses. But,
have you seen the same method where they do that, and it's like a 1-inch gap round, so you pack that gap with the sand?
Yeah.
And it retains the heat that way. A bit like how a Kelly kettle works.
Yeah, and the other way is to get 2 pots that are, one's got about a centimeter difference or 2 in total diameter. You put one inside the other, but you have holes on the top. I got to look at the design again. You put holes on the top of, I think, the outer one, so as the smoke comes up, it actually burns it. So it's like a mini version of a smokeless fire pit.
That's where the flames all come out the side, isn't it? So it's actually burning the fumes out the side.
Well, not all of them out the side, but that's where the oxygen can get in and complete the combustion of anything that's left over. They burn hot, they burn fast, so you do have to take your pot off. If you're cooking something, you have to take it off to put more to feed the fire, unless you want to put doors and things on it. But lots of designs out there, and Yeah, it's fun. I was before I went offline there for about a half hour. We were talking about learning stuff on YouTube, and I got to say, yeah, I actually learned a lot of things about freeze drying on YouTube, but from like 20 different channels.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched one guy. I'm like, okay, I like that idea. I like that. I can do that. I might change it a little bit, but everything else you do, no, hell no. And then I go to another one. I'm like, oh crap, I never knew that. So now I generated my own theories on stuff, which work well for me. The science works. Everything works great. And yeah, I learned it on YouTube, but I didn't just watch one guy and go with what he does, which is what most people do. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, you've got to pick out nuggets of knowledge for everyone. I especially don't trust the people that go, here's what I'm doing, and all of a sudden, here's the Blue Peter moment. Here's the one that I made earlier that works perfectly. It's like, I like to watch the guy who's made a mistake, who's learned by doing and stuff like that, and trial and error. And you can learn from other people's mistakes, and it's just a bit more honest that way,
I went out and bought all the electronic devices, the moisture meters and the temperature thermometer gun, the lasers on it, which, don't get me wrong, I'll still use it for other things like where it's designed for, woodworking, cooking, stuff like that. But you can't just use that and say, oh, look, there's no moisture in there. Let me pack it up. It'll be good in 25 years. Yeah, doubtful. Good luck with that. But they don't talk about that. I weigh my stuff. I weigh it when it comes out. I'll put it back in again for another 2 hours. If it lost any weight before it comes out again, well, guess what? There was still water in it. My meter, my hand, all these gadgets they tell you about didn't work. I bought a $16 digital scale that does it in grams. And if it doesn't lose weight, I'm done. It's done. I might even put it in for another hour just to make sure. And there might have been that 1/4 gram left that the scale didn't pick up. And then I'll pack it up. And yeah, I've had stuff for 3-4 years now, and it's just dry. There's no moisture in there. And then other factors are involved, humidity in the air when you're packing it up, stuff like that. But nobody talks about this stuff. But I learned tidbits here and there, like you said, and I put it all together because I understand the science of it. When I see things that make sense to me logically, I'll add it to my quiver of, okay, I need to do this, and now this to make sure something is going to work properly for me and not worry about it. And that's everybody. They watch a YouTube. Look at me. I'm a doctor. I watch a YouTube video on stitching a wound. No, you're not.
But back to the paint can stove. I copied and pasted my paint can stove and how I use it in the side chat there. Along the same lines of putting a stove inside of a larger pot, I did something like that. I can weld, and I bought used bed frames and welded those together and made a stand for the whole thing, so I can take an enormous pot and put it on top of that and sanitize water, several gallons if I want to, because the stand I built around it will sustain weight, But there we go.
That's cool. Yeah, it's just a short video, but it's good. A good display of it, showing it all. A quick question for you then, Bob. One skill I don't have that I really want to learn at some point is to weld. How difficult's that to learn?
It takes time. It depends upon. Shadow's a welder also.
Yeah,
he's a journeyman, But to get two pieces of metal to stick together, you just got to play with it. Depends upon what kind of a welder you want to get. I started off with the most budget Chinese stick arc welder, just a stick welder, and started learning how to use that. And I progressed up from there, and I eventually settled on this. This is an American-made Miller welder. It's a wire feed, what people call wire feed. But start off with a cheap Chinese thing, and if you can get that to work, if you can figure it out and keep trying, and once you get better equipment, it'll go like a breeze, baby. Oh man, yeah. But
just think it's one of those, even if it's just like spot welding, it doesn't have to be pretty, it doesn't have to be patterned, it just has to work. I think it's one of those skills that I'd really like to add. I can do anything with wood. I did a joinery degree, so NVQ over here in the UK. So if it's wood and nails, I've no problem. But metal on metal, I need to figure something out.
I would say the best quick advice I can give to you is you're going to need some way of sanding like a rotary sander. Get one of those and sand all the surfaces clean, including where the ground clamp goes. All of that. It's got to be down because that'll make your efforts easier. Clean everything, all the paint, all the rust, whatever else off, and then start from there. And you'll get frustrated. You will get frustrated, and it'll piss you off. But
I know
Shadow
that
knows.
feeling.
Shadow knows. It's like, I don't know what the fuck.
and don't weld anything galvanized.
No,
stay away from that. You will be sick and probably have permanent damage.
You will die. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah.
Is that a fumes thing?
Talking about
It's
metal.
poisonous.
I wanted to ask you guys that are in the USA, do you have any shows there where you have like scrapyard challenge? For example, in the UK sometimes we have these shows where you get these contestants together, maybe there's 3 different sets of mechanics, and they're all expertise in different levels of mechanics, and they're told, right, we want you to go into this scrapyard and just build us a car from scratch. And do you have any shows like that in the USA?
I don't watch television.
We did back in the day. I remember one called Junkyard Wars.
Yeah.
And you go in, they have groups or teams, and you're in there. Now, most of these guys had the basic welding, machine shop skills, automotive skills, stuff like that. It'd be like, okay, you need to build something to get yourself across this body of water. It was like, 200 meters, and I'm watching this guy walk by cars, and I'm like, dude, take the fiberglass cap off of that conversion van. It's a boat. It's ready to go, and they don't use it. They go find barrels and tubes and things, and I'm like, okay, you're dumb. I get it.
Yeah, shows like that and are very interesting. And we're talking about having skills that where you can find them. Maybe just as a little starter, just maybe watch some of those shows and see what can be done. And
it always killed me watching them when they're finding metal, steel drums and barrels, and they're finding all these things, and they just happen to come across a pile of 2-inch steel angle iron. I'm like, really? Just happens to be there in this junkyard, like nobody planted it there.
Stage junkyard.
Totally staged. Yeah.
Oh, there happens to be just amount of outboard motors on here.
It only needs a spark plug that you found in that little Honda sitting right there. Right. Yeah. And it ran.
We've got a program here that's called, I think it's called Scrap Heap Challenge.
Scrap Heap Challenge. Yeah, hosted by Grant Brighton from Red Dwarf. Robert Llewellyn. But it's a good point though, Daryl, that it's not just about the welding and the skills like that, but observation and scavenging and looking in the right place are all skill sets.
Yep.
So if you can't weld, but you can do woodworking. I heard, Mike, you do woodworking, right? It's just basic hammer nail stuff, and which I think a lot of us do anyway. Whether it's precision cabinet making or just making a frame to hold your garden up. I mean, literally with metalworking, you can do the same thing. You just need to know how to drill a hole, find some nuts and bolts that'll fit the hole.
Yeah, I mean that's
cut pieces and bend stuff with some heat, and you can not do the same thing, but you can get it. You can get the job done without having to weld stuff.
Yeah, I've generally done that in the past with stuff, and like I say, joinery skills do come in handy for that. It's like so I did 2 years of bench joinery, and I did about 1.5 years on site. So site joinery is the more practical stuff, doors, floors, architraves, things like that. But the 2 years of bench joinery was like dovetail joints on drawers and things like that. It's like really in-depth, weird stuff like that. But that kind of using your hands in that like tactile bench environment comes in handy for anything. I've bent over hinges to use them for things and things like that, and used bolted them on. I just thought welding would be a nice string to the bow.
Yeah, my problem with woodworking is I worked in a machine shop for my father-in-law, and we had a sign we hung on the wall. If anybody's ever been in a machine shop and understands, thousandths of a millimeter, thousandths of an inch, the sign said tolerance, which if you're a machinist, you know what that means, plus or minus a couple, whatever. tolerance is room for error. And that used to freak me out. So he'd be like, I need this at 22 thousandths plus or minus 2. Oh, no, my little cylinder piece was 22 thousandths. I mean, it was plus or minus a half a thou. And he was like, dude, you don't need to spend this much time on it. I'm like, yeah, I do. That's me. But I took that into woodworking, which is an unfortunate side effect of that. Now, when I build something out of wood, it's off by a 16th of an inch.
Yeah, I mean,
Mike, I was going to say, Mike, having that woodworking skill is also great because if you like go into a scrapyard,
that stuff, you got to be pretty precise.
Sorry, chef. You was
it cut you out then.
Cutting out.
Oh, I don't care. Sorry about that.
Yep, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, we're good.
As part of my
go on, PV. Sorry.
So, as part of my resettlement, when I left the army, I did a 1-week carpentry and joinery course. Right.
1 week, expert.
Oh my! What he's doing programs on TV now.
Enabled me to completely fit out my boat and my van.
There you go. But I bet there was lots of trial and error there, wasn't there?
Wow.
Well, sometimes, yeah. But,
yeah, but that's how you learn best.
Basically, what the instructor taught us was he emphasised. I mean, we come away from the course. We built a table each. I've still got the table. This is like 20 years on. Table, a saw bench, and basically incorporated into the table that we didn't realise at the time was every type of joint you could think of.
Right.
So,
okay.
You know what I mean? And it was actually we thought, well, the budget didn't extend to anything else. The course I wanted to do cost, back then £1,800, and I just didn't have the money. Well, I didn't want to spend that much on a course for a potential job I may not want to do. But anyway, so I did this carpentry joinery course, and the rewards afterwards, because a couple of books later, a couple of bit of practicing after that, and you develop your skills and what they taught you. So planting a little bit of knowledge and elaborating on the skills paid dividends, and but brilliant. Yeah, I mean, that's just one example of wood, Well,
look, Mike, would be good if someone said, right, Mike, we need you to build us some kind of conversion. We've built a car from the scrapyard. Can you sort of find any bits and pieces lying around to fashion a kitchen even?
Heath Robinson. Yeah. I built my own kitchen as well. I've done 2 kitchens since then. They both worked out all right.
That's brilliant. It's all this kind of stuff is fantastic knowledge to have, because, like, you're talking about rebuilding. How do you? Okay, you've been through a situation. You're not just going to sit there and go, "What are we going to do now?" You have to get some kind of order going. Okay, you've had to survive the first few days, whatever the situation was. You may have to rebuild, having certain knowledge how to go out. Even like Mike said, having to have the eye just to be able to spot things is a skill in itself. That's useful.
There's some stuff you never forget, like how to do. It's like riding a bike, some of it. But I'm sure you mentioned it last time, PV, where your skills start to peter off over time if you don't practice them and stuff like that.
Skill fade.
And you will find that with elements. Like if I suddenly had to make a set of drawers with dovetail joints on them, I'd probably have a few gaps that might need a bit of caulk to hide some sin. But if I had to just saw a piece of wood, hang a door, put a floor down, things like that, I think that's almost second nature. So there's stuff that you will forget, but it's practice with that, I suppose. I mean, I'm moving house this month. Yay! So I'll be wanting to put joinery skills into effect all of a sudden. So first one is building a pantry.
Your painting skills going.
Oh, that's one thing I can't stand to do, PV. I couldn't be a painter and decorator. I can do it, but
if you got young man, if you got a wife in the house, you're gonna learn to paint.
Oh, I know. I even learned how to hang wallpaper, and that when your missus at the
Make it match. It better match.
Someone's genius idea was to print these princesses halfway on the paper, so you had to match a prince. I was like,
oh my God.
by the time it was finished, it looked perfect. And I just said, whatever you do, don't pull the bed out, because when she pulled the bed out,
hey, Gil, good to see you.
I'd have to slide it up.
Yeah, if you've got a wife, you're going to have to learn how to do all that stuff because, you know, and my wife's real subtle, but she'll just say, you know, oh, I would like to have, and then, oh, here we go. Oh, God. you married guys know what that's all about. Yeah,
things to do, Gil.
I'll hang drywall all day long. I learned how to hang drywall when I was 9.
Yeah.
You can kiss my white ass when it comes to spackling. I have tried to spackle and mud and all that, corner tape, all that stuff. And it looks great while you're doing it. It's like, okay, we're good to paint. You paint it. It's like, oh, hell no. There's divots and dents everywhere. I'm like, this is why you run down to the corner big box lumber store and hire a couple guys standing on the corner that look like they know how to put mud on the wall. I'm like, great, here. There's $100. Mud this mess for me because I can't do it.
The best thing I ever learned when it came to joinery, it wasn't joinery, but as soon as you go from college joinery to on-site joinery, joineries become a bit of a jack of all trades. Because if something needs changing, we don't want to bother the electrician, so we'll just move that. Somebody think, you know, so we kind of learn bits and bats. And the best thing I ever learned how to do was plaster. It's just doing skimming or doing tape and joining or just doing a skim of plaster, just finishing. It's the best thing I ever learned how to do because that makes a massive difference. Gil is in the chat. Gil, look what I bought.
Hello, Gil.
Look what you made me buy.
Hey, Mike, that's why they call it beat to fit, paint to hide.
Yeah.
It's good times. It was much simpler then when I wasn't working on computers and sat behind a desk, and I was 2 stone less, you know.
Trade.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, did you ever learn how to hang up crown molding? That is the worst compound angle BS.
Oh, dude.
I have, and that's, you know what they use crown molding for? To hide the crappy ass seam at the corner of the ceiling and the wall. That's all it's there for.
Honestly, I don't think I ever put it up. I think there was a similar to, like, there was a sort of beading in one Barrett's homes that was to hide the sin in the corners, but that was just almost like architrave. It was just a wooden straight thing. I know what you're talking about, but I've never had to do it.
I did it. I did it once. I'll never do it again because I probably ruined $200 worth of lumber because I had it at the wrong angle direction when I had my compound set. Double compound. No, I'm like, are you kidding me? Why am I doing this? Oh, it has to match the rest of the room because that's the way it was, and I'm not ripping that down to respackle everything again. So yeah, nope.
I hear you, chef. I've been through that, and that's why they have journeyman finish carpenters.
That's right.
You can pay a guy $1,000 or whatever. He'll come in, set up the tools, bang, 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 bang. It looks perfect, and he's out of the house in 4 hours. I tried that myself once. I will never do that crown molding again.
No, he does it. That's his skill. He does it for a living, and I'll watch him to try to sort of learn, but I'm not going to bug him while he's doing it because he'll charge me double.
Yeah.
Same with I'll do plastering if it's on a wall. I'll never do a ceiling again. I attempted that once, and the heartache of watching it fall down at one side of the room while you're finishing the other side, and it just drops because it's too heavy. I'm just like, no, I can't do this anymore.
That's why they have contractors, my friend. That's why they have contractors. It's going to come out of the wallet, but it's
another.
I've been doing ceiling before. And it never dropped any paint or anything. I did it perfectly.
Well, we just had we just had the whole upstairs plastered and the stairway all plastered, and there's no way I was going to attempt that myself. We just got the guy in to do it. There you go, come in, do it. Whack, there's the money. Yeah. See you later. We'll just paint it. And, one thing you can't really learn is you got to practice these tricks of the trade. They're the real sort of secrets to. You can do it yourself, and it'll be rough and ready. But the tricks of the trade will make it look.
PV. Once you watch someone who really knows what they're doing, The tricks of the trade that make a journeyman make it look easy are sometimes the simplest little thing, like hold your hand this way, not this way.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Have you discovered that?
Yeah.
Use this type of a tool and hold it at this angle, not that angle. Like, that's so simple. Why didn't I think of that? That's because that's the difference between an apprentice and a journeyman. You know.
And a rookie who doesn't have a clue.
Yeah.
When I first got my boat, a lot of people are shy away from servicing their own engines, and it's far easier to just get some guy in, pay him 150, 250 pounds for someone else to come in and service the engine. I thought there's no way I'm doing that. You know, every 50 hours, 100 hours, 250 hours, whatever, basically 250 hours now, you get your engine serviced. No way I'm going to pay that sort of money, so I'll do it myself. So the first service was 50 hours after the brand new engine. So I got the guy in, and I watched exactly what he did. And I was with him, asking him all these stupid questions as he was doing it. And from then on, every service I do it myself. Just from that basically first time jobby, and it's not hard, you know, even if you're not mechanically minded. But a lot of people don't get involved in that sort of way, and they just end up paying. Do you
not feel like we're in a bit of a trap with that as well? Because I used to service, so I had a 7-seater Zafira diesel, and I used to do all my own services on that. But suddenly my service history has not got garage stamps in it.
Right.
So the value when I go to resell my car is less, but I have kept that car in top condition and serviced it more regular than anyone would have done at a garage.
When it comes to cars and vehicles, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it myself. These days, you open up a bonnet and it just looks like a big plastic engine. And you get all sorts of diagnostics in there and reset things. But you know, on a basic boat engine, it's just, you know, you really are going back to basics with a diesel engine or a petrol engine. Yeah. So you can do it yourself that way, and there's no sort of comeback as to history of that. You know, you just annotate it in there when you've done it, sign it yourself, and then you know the history's there really.
I kind of like old vehicles for that reason. I don't know if you have Haynes manuals in the States.
Yep. Yeah, we got Haynes. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I was taught from a very early age, as soon as you buy a car, you buy the Haynes manual that matches the car.
Exactly. I think I still have every Haynes manual for every vehicle I ever own, because I'm an end user. When I'm done with it, it goes to the crusher. I mean, it's rare that I sell it, because I don't want to sell something and just have to live with the fact that something I did along the lines of my maintenance hurt somebody. Right. You know, brake line failed because I put it on 5 years ago. Yeah, that's it. I'm it. And I'm literally I got 6 new injectors and upper intake gaskets to put in my Ranger here. It's a 98, but it's got 240,000 miles on. I got to do that Monday. I was going to do it today, but I forgot I'm working. So, I'm putting injectors and all that in there because I need the truck. It's my truck, and it's a great truck, and I'll keep it until there's nothing left to keep.
That's the way.
Well, fellas, I'm going to bounce out of here and go cut the grass.
Yeah,
I showed you
okay, Bob. No problem.
I showed you guys the type of fertilizer I use for my grass. It all comes right out of the house here: coffee grounds, paper, all that. And
I'm gonna take y'all shopping with me here.
Are you going to put that on that patch of grass that your neighbor destroyed and see if it will reverb?
Yeah, what I had to do there. Good question, PV. That I went in there and I scoured the soil out and put down some fresh soil and some clover. Because clover is a soil fixer, and I mean, that guy's a complete asshole, just going on to somebody else's little piece of property and pouring vinegar on there. That's really pretty fucked up, and shows you that's the family that I know that during good times are parasitic. They're drunks, they're alcoholics, they're drug addicts during the good times. Can you imagine what they're going to be like during the bad times? I don't want to.
Desperate.
Absolutely.
Have you started on that yet, you say?
I've already got it done, and the clover's coming up. Yeah.
Ah, right.
Yeah. Yeah. But It just well, he's a professional golfer. You see, at least that's what he told. Gaslighting, love bombing, gaslighting, pure typical narcissist. You know, if you look up the definition of a narcissist, he is one. And so his wife's so wasted drunk every day that you can't even converse with him.
Oh,
you know?
hang on. It's just a secret. You got a birthday coming up, Shadow?
But yeah. I usually wait. I look at my security cameras, and as soon as she leaves for work, that's one less I have to deal with, and then I'll go out and do some gardening because I don't want to deal with a drunk. I don't like that. You know.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
Mm-hmm. Peace, guys. Later,
Right,
Shadow.
Later, Bob.
See you later. I don't know if it was mentioned when Bob mentioned that in the first place because I wasn't in, but anyone interested is most Starbucks and places like that over here in the UK. You can go in there and grab the old coffee grounds. They bag them up for free for anyone to use for the garden. So if anybody wants them, you literally go into any local Starbucks. Usually they'll already have a basket full of them, or you can ask them, and they'll give you bags full of the old coffee grounds for nothing.
Now then, a while back, every winter, I get compressed coffee ground logs to burn.
To burn?
Yeah. I tried them out, and they're quite good. And you'd need some sort of method of crushing them into a compressed sort of block or something like that, similar to the old newspaper mashers. You know, they compress them into a block.
Yeah.
Anyway, you burn them, and they burn just as good as wood.
That must be a potent smell as it burns, though, right?
No, not really. I mean, it goes out the flue and stuff like that. You get a nice, pleasant aroma. Nothing too strong.
I was just going to say that house must smell amazing.
Yeah, in SHTF, you'll have all the coffee fiends at the door.
I smell coffee. Where's the coffee?
Not too bad. I mean, we've seen we had a guy next to us who used to burn this peat, and that stuff absolutely stunk. I can't not like burn it anymore, but not down here anyway.
Mm.
Yeah. There's worse things to burn.
That's a good idea. That's good to know that. I wonder what I could use to compress
coffee logs. Yeah, Google coffee logs, and you'll see them. They've got them on a deal. Got to try them out, and they weren't too bad.
Cool. I've got some firewood now because I stubbed my toe on a cabinet before, and in anger, also followed up by putting my foot through the cabinet door.
You can replace that as a joiner.
Well, to be honest, it wasn't something that was going to make the move anyway. So, but I didn't realize how good the wood was on it, so I might reuse the rest of it.
Be interested to see, particularly people in the comments or here now, as to anyone who's done a course recently and where they've done it in relation to survival, preparedness, bushcraft, and something like
skills, that. Skills course. In the UK, I know the Bug Out Shop in South Wales. He works with Tom Prepared Pathfinder, and they run courses, map reading, skills, all sorts like that. And hopefully this year, but definitely next year, we've got some forests in Scotland and a professional instructor to do some bug out training and fire starting and stuff like that with our UK Prepper Network stuff. And it's only going to cost a small donation to the farmer for us being on his land. So that should be cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But I mean, like some of the courses are expensive. Some of them are worth it. Like you say, you learn from proper instructors. But if you've already got a group of mag or friends or preppers together, then approach a professional instructor and say, how much for us lot in a weekend? You know, there's a chance they'll do it, and it'll be a lot cheaper than going through different channels. So you could always set your own thing up.
Yeah, definitely.
Everyone.
How many knows how to splice, make an eye splice on a rope?
Yeah.
Make a what? Ice splice?
Splice the rope. Yeah, I've done that. I've learned to do that, make my own fenders and stuff like that, just through an old book and some online videos.
I love doing eye splices, end splices, mid splices. I used to do it just to piss my friends off.
It's quite a good practical thing to do. I do it for. I still do it on an occasional rope that needs doing, back splicing and rope just to secure the end.
Back splicing, eye splice.
Yeah.
It holds up better than if you tie a knot.
Yeah.
Doesn't hold up that well as splice do. So
what you're doing to me here, I've only just learned a good set of knots, and now you want me to do all this. That's gonna.
Well, you want me to do a video on it for you? I'll do it.
I was just looking. It looks quite easy to do. To be fair,
it's really not if you know how to weave, and it's a 3-strand rope, and you can keep the ends from fraying out while you're doing it. You're good. It's easy to practice on nylon rope first because
you can melt the ends, right? So it doesn't
melt the ends, little points, and then you can feed it back on itself. You just got to look at it and go, oh, okay. First time I did one, I was like, oh, I'm good. I was doing it to everything.
I've made rope out of like plant sinews and stuff like that, but that looks cool.
It's quite a logical thing to do because it's a symmetrical thing to do as well, so you can actually figure it out. If it's not right, it won't look right. It's also one of those things that you can actually not do and get away with doing something else, like stopping it or securing the end of a rope with a certain type of knot and stuff like that. It depends on how refined you want to be and the immediate use for it and stuff.
That's the question, I suppose. Obviously, this is more time consuming than putting a decent knot in and stuff like that.
No, not really. It's really not that hard to do.
I assume it's more time consuming though, right? If we think about it.
Oh, sure, but if you're gonna make an overhand knot to make an end loop to hang onto as a handle, that takes 2 seconds versus spending 3 or 4 minutes doing a eye splice on the end of a rope.
Interesting. I found something to learn.
That's it. I'll have to give you my email address next time you go live that you're going to do something. I'll hop on with you and do an eye splice live for you.
Do the real rough and ready method. You just cut the rope down and just if it's an artificial rope, just burn the ends and melt it into an end.
I mean, you could if it was non-artificial rope. I mean, you could still do that, but like dip it in wax on the end a bit.
Yeah, I've come across two methods really. One, you can get a paint nowadays where you dip the end of the rope into the paint and it solidifies into like a hard rubbery plastic. Or secondly, you can just use gaffer tape if you need to. That works, just as well. It won't last as good, but that works.
Use gaffer tape for everything. If it doesn't need gaffer tape, it needs WD-40.
Especially if, say, you want to cut a rope which has got 3 strands to it. So you put gaffer tape around it, say a couple of inches long. You cut in the middle of the gaffer tape, and it stops the ends flying apart and splaying and traveling down the whole other length of the rope. So you end up with a useless length of 3 pieces of smaller rope, and then you just burn the ends off, and the gaffer tape ends up fusing into the rope. That works.
Well, that comes when we are on splicing and things like that. When you splice, use a tool like this.
Yeah, you need to fit.
Okay, this is very right.
This is, I'm gonna, as you see, it's bent upwards, right?
Yeah.
And the rope will go through here because you stick it in between and you lift that up, and so you can put that end through here and pull out. This is for splicing cordage.
Cool. Has anybody
so
ever tried?
you can also,
Has anybody ever tried to make cotton string from cotton buds or anything like that? Anybody
No.
got any experience?
no.
That's a good skill to know as well. How to make. I saw a video once of this woman. She made a jumper
Hey,
from
Maddie. Good to see you.
from dog's hairs.
No, I've never done that. I mean, I've made a fender or two, and unless you've got a tool like Shadow's shown you there, a FID, then I mean you can do it with like a screwdriver, but you can, I suppose, do it just using your bare fingers. But after an hour or two of making a fender or a complicated splice, then your fingers are going to be sore, really sore. So you definitely need those sorts of tools.
You can get like a home loom for stuff like that. If you wanted to make your own material and stuff like that. I mean, I'm in Lancashire. There's cotton mills all over the place, and like looms and stuff. My stepdad grew up actually working in them, but I've seen the home ones that you can do. You can get like a little small unit and make your own material that way. From
We've got a loom course.
There's a guy that does a video on YouTube, and it's got how to spin cotton yarn, using a pencil. He just uses a pencil, gets a load of cotton, surgical cotton, and just gets a pencil.
I can understand it, but I suppose you've got to prioritise it amongst, weigh that up
repairs.
the odds
repairs.
of. Wait up against the odds.
I can show you how to use this. Okay.
There you go. Shadow's going to give us a lesson here.
Okay. Normally, you bend up this to get the end through, right? But you twist this, and then you put this.
Bit higher, Shadow, a bit higher. That's it.
Put it through there, and then you take the end. Basically, you put it up, so you get a little bit more space.
Just like a camera shot, Shadow.
So it creates the channel underneath for you to slide the other rope through. Yeah.
There you go. Yep.
Simple as that. Okay.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Things like that is great for repairing nets.
This makes everything much easier. Okay, so
yeah.
And this is a splice I made.
Yep, nice and neat, nice and symmetrical.
Yeah. It takes a lot of practice, but it's fun when you learned it. And begin with sheep cordage rope like this.
What's that stuff we use? Sorry.
Because you don't want to begin to splice a more expensive cordage rope, because no, you don't want to waste it. So it's better to begin practicing with sheep. This is polypropylene rope, basically. So it's cheap, easy to practice with.
Do you guys remember that stuff when we were kids? We used to do those key ring things with plastic. It's like plastic cordage. We used to do little key ring things with them, and they were like, what were they called again?
Yeah, similar to paracord projects you can do.
Yeah, but it was with plastic strands.
I've got the.
And here is another one.
Yeah.
I made.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, nice.
So this you basically create a handle
Yeah.
on the rope, which can be really nice sometimes.
You can use that as a sort of soft truncheon.
A soft kosh.
soft
a warning kosh.
Show me your paper. Show me your papers. No, the soft kosh is coming out now.
Right, it's me, Shadow. I've got to get out, and I've got to just finalise a couple of things. So
nice one, PV.
Right, no worries. I'll catch you all a bit.
We'll catch up. Take care.
No worries. See you later, folks.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah, and Maddie says a shoehorn for rope making and splicing, it seems. Well, you could say that.
Is that tool that you showed specifically purchased for that job? It's not something you've adapted.
Yeah, this tool is specifically made for that kind of job. And that is the smaller size. And then you have the larger size.
Size matters, is what we're saying.
Okay, this is the short. What do you want? Do you want the short, long, soft rope, or you want the long one?
This one is for a larger diameter of rope.
Yeah.
But you can use it for a rope in this size too. So
good stuff.
Yeah, it is.
This is the kind of things, the skills you need to learn on the rainy winter evenings when there's nothing else to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, all valuable, because if you're in that situation where you're again rebuilding, you might need cordage.
Yeah.
Help along with shelter building. You know.
Hey, Country Homestead. Sorry.
It's a bit like weaving.
Good to see you, man.
Weaving material branches through other branches to sort of form some kind of shelter.
I do like and I have practiced some doing like how they make wicker baskets and stuff like that. That is a nice little skill form to have.
Very good skill set.
And I've also made rope from strips of tree bark. It can't be dead bark or old bark. It's usually thin trees or newish trees, but stripping that off into strips and then plaiting it together. I've made cord from that. So, but yeah, I'd like to. I'm going to have to put a list together. Welding and now rope work. I've got skill sets to learn. I feel like I'm at the age though when I learn something new, I worry about what I forgot in place of that.
Maybe make a little notebook. Have a little notebook on the refresher notebook. You know what is you could have anything in that notebook, anything from your food preps. What from dates of your food preps to your skills that you've got to refresh on. Even and then you look at skills and come on the first aid, you think, okay, I'm going to check the dates on the first aid as well. What's the word? Remember to cycle through your stuff as well. Add new stuff, use up the old stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if anything you stockpile that you might already use on a regular basis, but you should be rotating that anyway. But there is people that will stock medications, and if you never actually need it for a good year or two, you should still keep a close eye on things like that.
Yeah, that's true. Even simple things like wet wipes. You think, right, I'm going to buy 20 packets and put them in the cupboard, and I've got loads of wet wipes. And all right, you rotate, but still, if you leave those wet wipes for too long, they can lose their moisture. I don't know how it happens.
Yeah,
but
no, yeah, especially if it's got if the seal's not great, or if it's a slightly warmer environment. I've opened a pack of toilet wipes and they've been dry as a bone.
yeah, you just really don't need that. You think, all right, oh yeah, I could use one of these now for it's an emergency. My face, I'm in the park or wherever, or you just feel sweaty or dirty and it's dry. I mean, you still can use it, but
it's not ideal.
It's not ideal.
No.
So yeah, like that's why you get some people, they've got a bug out bag, for example, and they go, right, oh, I haven't looked at it for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think go through your stuff all the time, whatever it is, be it bug out bag, your pantry, anything could happen. You don't know.
I think you should constantly try and use it. I mean, I've started camping regular now just because it's easier for my work, because I've got to do 2 days in the office, so overnighting there is easier. But
yeah.
I mean, that's going to start to become all weathers. I'm cooking different ways each time I'm doing it, just to refresh stuff that I think I know already, but it's been a while,
Good idea.
So,
yeah. It's a good idea. Try, take out your camping gear and then cook a meal in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Practice with your shelter system. How do you know your shelter system is going to work? You've got so many people, they're like, yeah, I've got this bag and I've got this silver foil and that's my shelter. Right. Okay. Day 1, 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, and at a stretch, your silver foil blanket might be there on the 3rd day.
And have you ever tried sleeping in one? They're not the most comfortable thing, and it's definitely very noisy. It's not the most practical solution. I don't find the single layer foil blankets that good. The bag ones are quite good, but again, they're not the most durable things, right?
No, they're not. I mean, having them as a layer, you could put it you could put it under your jacket, for example, as another layer, or you can fashion under your trousers. I mean, you can even use things like newspapers. Newspapers are in some ways, but who carries newspapers around? But I mean, in an SHTF situation, you see a bundle of newspapers, they could soon turn to be something very valuable from fires.
You can learn.
Yeah, you can create fire logs or fire bricks with newspaper.
You can learn a lot from homeless people who use paper for insulation a lot. Either to lie on or scrunch up and even put inside the clothes and pack that out.
Yeah. In fact, I say to people, you walk around and you see these. I know they're cutting down trees and it's very bad. Newspapers. I don't like newspapers myself, but if I do see like free stuff, I tend to grab a few. 2 or 3. Right, I'll have that. And you do that over a year, you might end up with a nice pile of newspapers, and they're very useful from when you're doing things like decorating, and even like you just said, even having stuff to insulate your clothing with.
Mm-hmm.
Very useful.
Just don't get it wet. My dad taught me. He used to work in New York City and commute, and I went into work with him a couple times when I was younger, and I'm like, Daddy, why are you holding one newspaper, half the newspaper, because it was like a 2-section paper. The outside section was just open normal, but the inside section, he rolled it up in the tightest tube I'd ever seen. I'm like, why do you carry that? He's like, 2 reasons. The front, if somebody comes at me, the outside paper he throws up in the air so it splatters and it takes their attention off. And if he can't get away, he's got the inside one that's basically like a baseball bat, and he can use that as protection. I was just like, okay, sure.
There you go. Like Shadow said, logs and to truncheons, to sleeping material. There's so many uses for newspapers.
Yeah, I saw it was a YouTube video a couple of years ago when they made bricks in this size, and they made a mold from it, and they wet the newspaper and put it in there and put a press on top and squeeze the water out. and then
Yeah, fire
they
bricks out of paper.
dry.
Those are great.
So maybe invest in one of those little log making things. A little, I don't know what they're called.
Like a press, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a press.
Yeah, you can if you're handy with metal and wood, you can make one out of a bottle jack out of your car, or you can pick up at the secondhand store from a car, as long as it's hydraulic. Or you can buy a hydraulic press, which that'll set you back a few $100 at least.
You can get a little handheld one on Amazon here for like £17. How good it would be? Maybe I'll have to get one and test it. But it's got 92 ratings at 4.2 stars. Do you want me to put it on the screen, Shadow?
Yeah,
I can show people. Let me window.
Things like that. Yeah, they're great. They're great because you always see paper everywhere, like especially in the city.
Yeah, exactly.
So and useful material.
So my auntie started doing this as well, not just with paper, but with plastic. So do you know your big 4-pint plastic milks?
Yeah.
She keeps them, and all of the plastic she shreds up and pushes inside, and just keeps doing that and compacting it until they're full, and then she puts the lid on. She's used these to make her wall around her pond. So they're around it, and then she's put like plaster over it, and it's eco bricks.
Wow!
How do you keep the plastic pieces from like water bottles and that from coming apart? It's got to be some kind of a glue or something she uses.
Well, it's all just packed into a single bottle, so you could still scrunch it a bit. It's just shredded up and put inside a single bottle. Then the lid's put on.
Inside a bottle. I thought she was using this brick maker.
No, I've just found this brick maker for the paper thing. I'm just gonna.
There's a guy on YouTube. I got looped into, making your own fire logs and that. And there's a guy who has one of those. He had to modify it a lot because they're not very thick. So too much pressure and they start to bow and buckle and bend and do weird things. So for the price, yeah, maybe. You just don't want to overfill it.
Yeah, I might give it a try. I've added it to my ever-growing prep wish list that's here. Prep list.
Talking of plastic, here's another one for you for maybe perhaps tactical purposes. Okay, you're in SHTF situation, and you're in the forest and you're legging it, and there's a sniper. So, table tennis balls. I don't know the table tennis balls.
Ping pong balls.
Ping pong balls.
Yeah.
I watched this video once where this guy bought a crazy amount of table tennis ping pong balls, and he cut them up into small pieces, and he put them in a small container, and somehow he fashioned some way to ignite them to set them on fire.
Oh, those things burn fast. They're brutal.
He made he made like a kind of smoke bomb.
Yeah, I think I know similar to what. So I don't know how much I can say on YouTube. So I'm not condoning anyone do anything. But as kids, we used to mess with a cut open tennis ball and old match heads. It takes a long time to fill them out.
But I did that.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about then. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, do not try this at home. We are trained professionals that, no, we're not. We were stupid kids, and now we're adults that know better.
Yeah. We know better, do we? Honestly.
Well, I mean, we know how to be better and do it better. How's that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for me, the smoke thing for me is more to do with emergency situations.
Definitely.
If you want to be seen, and how often do you see like survival programs when they say, right, this is how you set up a bush. You set up the bush like that, and you want it to be having plenty of green leaves. So when you do get the wood on fire, the green leaves will then create smoke.
Mm-hmm.
So, you want the helicopter to see the smoke. So, I don't know what the material it is when they make table tennis, but I'm thinking it's some kind of plastic.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking uses of plastics in the SHTF situation. You know what?
Definitely. Yeah. No, it's good. I mean, on the smoke front, I mean, it's a good idea, but people don't realize, like in the UK, smokes and flashbangs you can buy an abundance of because of airsoft and paintball sites and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they last for literally a few seconds, like, you know, and you get a little bang out of them, but they might cost you like £6.99, £7, and you think, wow, like fireworks. I've seen better fireworks than that.
Yeah. There's certain brands I would definitely avoid, and there is some half decent ones stuff. But yeah, it's I know what you're saying. You'll never get a military grade one from an airsoft site.
And they cost loads of money. You think, right, I've got a bug out bag. I saw some guy say, right, I've got these flashbangs from the airsoft, and I thought, right, I'll get a couple of those, and you try one out, and it's like, even your friend sort of like 50 feet away from you couldn't see it. Well,
yeah,
I mean,
it's got to be it's for effect, right? On an airsoft site, it's never for real use. It's just for effect. But
yeah, like compared to military sort of flashbang, sort of smoke thing, it's more like a puff.
Yeah,
sort of effect, you know.
But I mean,
it's like, oh my gosh, it's ridiculous.
I think it's Enola Gay or Enola that do them over here that cost a bit more, which are quite good though, and that's usually the ones you're seeing at football events where suddenly the entire crowd can't see because somebody's let off a smoke grenade.
Enola.
Is it Enola? Yeah.
Is it no? I was just asking you if it's Enola, yeah.
Yeah, Enola Gay EG-18 wire pull smoke grenade. That's the one.
Right, okay.
Yeah, those can come in handy.
Well, because in my area, quite often you do get helicopters actually landing. Although I'm in the city, I've got a local park where helicopters do land. And in fact, a few times, President Trump has landed in my local park. I'm not messing about. He's flown literally over my house. Marine One.
Wow.
And
that's cool.
Yeah, some of these airsoft stuff, guys, be careful with. A lot of the stuff is gimmick, image and gimmick. Be careful with the, you know, even some of the camouflage stuff is ridiculous. If you see some of the camouflage stuff, you think, well, you know, there you go. Look at that. Wow, look, they're not cheap, are they?
No, they're not cheap, but these are the decent ones, and they work out cheaper if you buy them as bulk. So I mean, like that pack is 30. You can get it for 35, depending on the color. If you just get a mixed pack, it's all them colors. So it's 35, but there is 10 in there, so that's £3.50 each.
You know what? I don't mind paying if they've got a decent amount of smoke and it lasts for a decent amount of time. I mean, some of these airsoft ones, you get them and they're like, okay.
These are 25-second ones.
25. It's better than the airsoft ones. They charge you like £7, £8, £9, £10, and they're literally gone in 3 seconds. Like literally a poof like that, it's gone. But these are probably like you said, 25 seconds is quite decent. And people might ask, why would you need something like this in your kit? Well, I mean, you could be stranded on a mountain, you could be stranded in your car, you could be stranded on a boat, you could be, you know, in loads of situations you could use it.
So this is an expensive one, obviously, but these EG-18s you see here, they will go for about 1.5 minutes at full smoke. So they're like really good, but you are paying for it, you know. But
well, I mean, if it's to do with your life, I mean, to be honest, I mean, £126, if it saves someone's life or you know, it's a bargain.
Yeah, so there you go. Look, 60 seconds on the top pull one there. I like these. They don't go for as long, but they vent out of both sides.
Wow,
so it's like a quicker coverage. Do you know what I mean? Rather than waiting, because any of these smoke grenades, even the good ones, you throw them and the first like 5 or 10 seconds, it's like, come on, let's appear, come on.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, 50-second there, 90-second there.
That's very good. I mean, for something line of sight, you know, if that's done in front of someone, I mean, the longer one, the ones that you want for longer is when it's not in front of someone, but these ones are more, would be useful if it's in front of someone.
Yeah. It's it's a nice to have, but you know, we just hope to avoid all situations like that, right? It's a good signal one, especially the colors, like you say, especially if it's to land on a roof and stuff like that.
Okay, you've got your ham radio. You're in a convoy. You're going up a mountain. All of a sudden, there's loads of fog. The guy behind has got a flat tire. You don't know what's going on. The radio's gone down, and maybe having some kind of signaling device, any kind of signaling device, is useful.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if it's like this and it's an unnatural color, you're going to notice it, right?
Yeah, and you can't contact your friend. Your friend's got a flat tire in a convoy. You might, you're up a mountain. Something's happened. You might have a flare. Even mind you, the flares here we got are rubbish. I mean, I don't know where have you ever seen a decent flare over here?
Only from people that sell safety supplies for ships and boating and stuff like that. Not from like places like this, but for like if you go to like a mariner's place or a marina and they've got the safety gear there, sometimes they'll have quite good ones there.
Yeah, it's all everything in this place in this country is all specialist. There's specialist that you can't get this, you can't get that. Yeah, I mean in America you can go into Walmart and get things like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's it like in Sweden? Can you just go and get flares and sort of like?
I can get those for airsoft, those smoke grenades, and they have a lower quality, and they have some of higher quality that has a longer burning time. So that's nice. But they are quite expensive here.
I might take a couple to the Scottish Prepper meet and show people how they work. That should be interesting. I'm sure the campsite owners won't mind.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Because all signaling, emergency, and help is going to be necessary in the future. It's very important. That's maybe a skill set in itself. Having knowledge of, signaling in emergencies. Even from leaving messages. What's a good way of leaving other than having a waterproof notepad and pen? What's another way of leaving a message? A twisted branch? I don't know. Maybe there's loads of. Maybe that could be an interesting topic in the future.
Yeah.
How to leave messages without any pen and paper.
Yeah, complete off-grid comms is an interesting subject because things like smoke signals are obviously a lost art, are very specialist and things like that.
Yeah.
But if it was complete, like let's say EMP for argument's sake, there will be people that have stuff in Faraday bags and cages and stuff like that, but that's going to be few and far between. So, what alternative methods are there?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we see in some emergency videos where some people might say, "Yeah, maybe leave an arrow pointing in the direction that you left." But usually, I think in emergency situations they say, "Stay put." I think that's the usual advice they say if you're sort of stranded in a wilderness situation.
Yeah.
Initially, to stay put with your vehicle. Yeah, parachute flares, Scottish peppers that put there.
Yeah, you can get those here, but they are most used for boats.
Yeah. Yeah. Seagull parachute rocket flare. It'll set you back anywhere between 10 and 30 pounds, depending on the size of the flare.
It's all right.
These are cool. If you look up Orion Safety Alerter, it's the classic flare you see in most Hollywood films where it's a little red gun and it's like a little flare gun like that. You can pick them up, but they're like 80 odd pounds.
Yeah, just in case Jaws is coming at us.
That's it. Yeah, throw a gas tank. You throw the gas tank. I'll use the flare.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Definitely. Yeah.
Classic movie.
Oh yeah.
And the mentality of the local sort of authorities. The beach is not dangerous. It's okay. Don't worry about the 30-foot great white shark with big teeth.
Up the road, you know how they have Weatherspoons all over the UK, and they name them usually after something related. So, like in Birmingham, there's the Penny Black related after the stamp. The one not far from me is called the Robert Shaw, because Robert Shaw from Jaws, he was from West Orton down the road.
Wow!
So they've got all the pictures of him up there as well.
That's cool. Great movie. Great. I think there was 3 of them.
Yeah. Nothing ever beats the original, though, right?
No, never. Like
Jaws 1 was the best. Jaws 2 was okay. Jaws 3 was just stupid.
What about the Meg?
Yeah.
Mega Jaws or whatever.
That one.
It's just like Predator. The first one with Arnold Schwarzenegger and that was brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second one was third one, Alien versus Predator. That was interesting.
But getting silly at that point.
It also brings to light things going on in Antarctica. So let's go with that.
And then the other one with the guys falling out of the sky was just complete rubbish. Yeah.
What's that one?
The Predator. What is it? Predator? What is it? Predators.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. The more recent one. Yeah. They get silly with these sequels, but
No, the one after that, even the one after that, where there was a big one versus a small one.
Somebody will know.
Crap. I don't know if that was Alien versus Predators.
I think he mean Predators.
Soldier finds the helmet, sends the helmet back to his son.
Yeah, that's Predator.
Yeah, just got rubbish.
So we have the most recent one was Prey. Then 2010 was Predators.
Yeah.
And then it was Predator 2 in 1990. That was Danny Glover. AVP was 2004. Predator Badlands is another one. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah.
Is that a new one? Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Talk about milking a franchise. It's never going to be Arnold. Come on, kill me now.
Get to the chopper. Get to the chopper.
You're one ugly son of a bitch.
What are you? What are you?
Did you ever see the thing? I know we're completely off topic here from prepping, but the original Predator was originally going to be Jean-Claude Van Damme.
That's right. Yeah. It was ridiculous.
In some sort of green lizard suit. There's pictures you can find of it.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It looked ridiculous. No, I would. No wonder he didn't want to play that part.
Yeah, well, apparently he was a proper prima donna on the set as well, so they didn't like him doing it.
But you know what? This is actually it's not too far away from talking the subject we're talking about, skills, because we've gone a long way from being scared of wolves and predators in the wild, but have we? If all of a sudden we was thrown back into that situation, what kind of skills have we got to defend against predator potentially now we've become, there's predators after the prey again. Yeah, we've become the prey. Wow. all these dogs escaped the city. They've made a pack, and they're now looking for food. They're rummaging, and what have we got against it? What skills have we got?
This is
Not
it.
only about the elements, fire, water. We talk about fire, water. What about wild animals?
Well,
In the states, they've got bears, they've got wolves. Chef,
I'm sorry. I'm literally trying to log on my other iPad and get off my phone because I'm down to like 20%, and my dog is fighting with me with a ball. So go figure. I'm gonna hop off for a second. I'm gonna come back on. I think my picture turns into my German Shepherd. So give me a minute.
no worries.
no problem. I mean,
I think somebody need to explain what is 99 quid.
yeah.
What do you mean? What is it? 99 quid? 99 pounds?
Oh look, I'm there twice. God, I'm ugly. It's all right. That one will go away in a second.
We've got double raccoons.
It's easily. I already logged off on the other one. My phone is done, so it's just sitting there doing nothing. Go away, you rabid thing.
Andy GB78 says XL bullies in a pack versus crossbow. I don't fancy your chances with a crossbow. In your reload time, you would be eaten.
You see things like
Hey,
that.
hey Jared,
Exactly.
just make the other raccoon go away. He's freaking me.
Well,
Oh, there we go. He's gone.
I live near London Zoo. I mean, what if the lions got out, tigers got out? Yeah, have a spear, guys. I'd say, okay, have a spear. What did the cave people do when they fought, wild animals?
Spear, bows.
I think you've got some kind of spearhead, haven't you, Shadow?
Yeah.
I've got the what's it called? Survival knife from Raven Forge, which can be made into a spear.
Interesting. Have you got a picture of it?
I can. Do you know what? Wait a second. I'll grab it.
All right. Well, interesting. Yeah, things like that would be handy.
Yeah, there you go.
All of a sudden, you've got a pack of dogs. There you go.
You better be fast swinging that thing and not let go because they're going to be coming at you from all directions.
Yeah, maybe have a spear tip on both ends, and one in the middle. A double one in the middle.
I think somebody just said they live near a zoo. Yeah, I live near the Washington D.C. It's a zoo.
That's me. I live near a zoo. Yeah, imagine I Am Legend, Chef. All of a sudden, you're there and you've got deer running around, lions.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be anywhere near the freaking city if it ever gets to that. I might go in there and look for stuff way later, but in the beginning of a situation, yeah, no, that's the furthest thing that's the one thing I'm getting the furthest away from is every big city, period.
If they escape from the zoos, they could easily escape into the countrysides.
Oh yeah. No, I'm talking about the people animals that live down there, not the animals.
Yep.
That whole city is rabid. I'm not talking about the animals in the cages.
So I like what Shadow's got, the spear,
Yeah,
but
that's awesome. Yeah.
can't get it over here. I've looked after we saw it last time. I was looking for it and I couldn't find it. This is from Raven Forge, so it's made from. I think it's originally made from like a rail spike. It's a single piece of steel all the way through, formed.
Oh, you put a wood handle in there. Yeah, cool.
Exactly. So it's got a good grip as it is. If anything, it is a bit slidey if it got wet, but you can put something in there. It's got a hole there, so you could make it a bit permanent and put a nail or something or a stud through there.
Is that legal to have over there? That's
completely. Yeah.
So,
I mean, you couldn't walk around the street with it. It's not illegal to carry, but definitely legal to own.
Yeah, it's legal to own. Yeah, but in an SHTF situation, and the good thing about that is you can always fashion some kind of handle in the field.
And for no apparent reason whatsoever, I upgraded our plastic brush for this solid wooden handle brush. Totally unrelated subject, you know.
That's nice. I like the wood style. Yeah, it beats the plastic. It's more recyclable and environmentally friendly.
Yeah, nothing to do with what I've just shown you, but
No,
yeah.
not a thing.
Hey, hold on a second. Is that the famous broom from Only Fools and Horses?
Oh yeah, I've had the same broom for 37 years. It's had 10 new heads and 3 new handles. Classic. This is my latest one. Raven Forge are great, by the way. This only cost £14.99 on the sale at Raven Forge. And that's a solid full tang Bowie knife, wooden inset handles. This is proper wood, not like the plastic. It comes in one of these neoprene cases, which I hate. So I picked up this one instead, just, because I liked it.
Is that for your bug out bag?
That's for my EDC if there's no rule of law. But,
yeah, basically.
And they've got a sale on at the moment. I don't have any affiliation with them, by the way. I'm not just plugging them. But Raven Forge, my Discord group is obsessed with it now because they'll send you constant offers. They do mystery bags. They'll do a weekend where they send you a free knife if you order something. And they've got a sale on. And she's gone to bed. I've not just ordered a military combat knife and a new machete. I've not just ordered.
No. Hey, Mike, the guy that just commented, Snooker, is that the guy you mentioned the other day? Say, hey, Mark's the guy to talk to about your freeze dryer. Is that him?
No, it's he's in the chat. It's Scottish Prepper 73 who's in the chat. Okay. Snooker did join my live the other day.
Okay, he's over there. I'm not sure about the investment part of it in terms of money because you said they're like wicked expensive over there.
Yeah, you're looking like between $4,000 at the cheap end.
Yeah, that's probably for an American import for the harvest, right?
Yeah.
Good luck on warranty on that too, because you're overseas. That makes it more difficult. I had an issue with mine, and they just sent me a new board. I did it myself. They were happy. I videotaped the whole thing, sent it to them. They're like, "We're good." Then I realized it wasn't the board; it was another wire. So now I have 2 boards just in case one goes bad. Hope they're not listening right now.
Do you know what? It's a good investment over here if you're willing to do it as a bit of a business. Because so little people have freeze dries over here. If you got one and started selling freeze dried sausages on prepper forums, people would snap your hands off for them. You know what I mean? Because they just don't get them over here. You could make your money back on it.
You do have to be careful. There are guidelines, laws, rules, regulations, things about reselling what would be determined food. So you got food handling. It all depends on who you're selling it to.
Well, we don't sell it as food. We sell it as for research purposes only.
Oh, there you go. Check it in 25 years and let me know how the research went.
Yeah.
So for me, I bought one because I do everything else. I had a dehydrator. I just been stepping up my game for a very long time. And I finally just bit the bullet over here. The freeze dry, the Harvest Right 4 tray in American cost me, I think it was like $1,500. Or $1,800, but on top of that, that's not just a freeze dryer. You need the Mylar bags, you need the oxygen absorbers, and you kind of need to have a freezer with some empty space in it to pre-freeze stuff to speed up the process. It's an electric issue. There's a lot of little mini things involved, but for me, because I get food in bulk really cheap from a lot of my restaurant people, and I'll buy, I pick up like 4 or 5 whole beef top rounds. I'm talking like 40 pounds each. I'll trim them up and then I'll do things to it. I'll either do it raw or I'll sous vide it and I'll freeze dry it and throw it in a bag. And then I now have medium rare steak. I just have to dip it in warm water and I got medium rare steak 2, 3, 5, 10, 12 years later. And I'm already up to, I think I'm into my 4th year now.
Quick question on that. When rehydrating them, our good friend Nate, who is a top quality prepper that we all know of, I'm sure. When he did a video on it the other day, he was rehydrating them in seasoned water. Is that a good idea? Does that work?
So yeah, it depends. I've seen people that are like, "Oh, I'm going to rehydrate it in butter." No, it doesn't work like that because the molecules are too big. Basically, whatever came out, that's what's going back in. You can salt your water, and the sodium chloride will dissolve into the water, and the molecules are within it. It may take a little longer to rehydrate, but you will get some salt flavor. Putting pepper and stuff in there, no, it doesn't do shit.
Yeah.
So if you season it before you freeze dry, now if he's rehydrating, off the shelf stuff, Mountain House stuff like that, you're kind of stuck with their flavor profile.
Of course, yeah.
For me, I make my food the way I like it: soup, stew, beef, you name it. I make it the way I like it. I just keep the fat content low because fat has no water and does not freeze or freeze dry. So you got to keep it below like 8 to 10%. And I freeze dry it, but I weigh it. I'll make my portion size, say it's 8 ounces, and then or 1.1 kilos. I'm getting good at this metric shit. Sorry.
I do ounces and inches. You're all right.
Yeah, well, it's like 8 ounce weight is my portion size depending on what I'm doing. I'll weigh it 8 ounces. I'll put it in the trays and separators. And when I freeze dry, I'll weigh it when it comes out. And now it only weighs, say, 1 ounce. So I write on the bag, add 7 ounces of water.
Ah, right. Okay. Yes.
I heat up 7 ounces of water, pour it in there. It's perfect. Nice.
Good idea. Yeah, I like that. I was just pulling this up to show everyone in the UK what I was on about. Raven Forge, they're called. Free worldwide shipping, so it's not just the UK. But I've just picked this up, which is on the sale. Was 40, now 15. Everything I've had from there is absolutely solid and really good quality. They are the original makers of this. People might have seen this on TikTok and YouTube, and it's the pizza axe. So it's like a Viking axe, but for cutting pizzas.
Oh yeah, I recognize
that was their claim to fame sort of thing, and that's how they got like really big.
That's
but you can see here,
get a longer handle with that because for really big pizzas.
Yeah.
That's for a midget. That's for a midget fighter.
Yeah, that's it. But look, I mean, you just look here. 30 originally. I paid 30. I have the Gardener one, which is this one upstairs, and I paid 30 for it, and it was still really good quality. But they're all down to 10. The sales are ridiculous when they do have them. And if you're into the movies, they do all the movie stuff as well, of course. You know, if you want to run around like Assassin's Creed after the apocalypse, then that's your place. But there's your bigger one. There's for your bigger pizza. But here's a spear for you. Shadow, check that out.
Yeah.
The Spear of Odin.
Nice.
You could get your armor on if you wanted your armor, I suppose. But yeah, there's it's cool. They're really good lads. It's funny. When I first ordered off them, they were a smaller business, and they'd send like signed cards and photos of them doing it behind the scenes because they do forge all their own stuff. So
as long as they're still forging their own stuff and didn't like sublet it out to some other foreign country that nobody wants to talk about these days.
No, they definitely do all this. Do they still do the rail spike one? Let's see if it's so these are fashioned from rail spikes, so a single piece. See,
that's cool
how they forged them. That's a huge rail spike sword. So yeah, they've got some really cool stuff. It's ravenforge.com if anyone's interested. I have no affiliation at all. I just like it, so why not?
Yeah, but they love the free advertising.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Yeah.
I would love some free stuff. No, but generally I've used them because I have used different places in the past. There was a place in Scarborough called Ancient Warrior, but I've had some stuff off there when it looks on the picture full tang and you get it and it's just imitation full tang, so the blade would come out. So I kind of lost trust with places like that.
Yeah.
There's a super chat there. I don't know if that's come through on my side. If it has, thank you. I'm not sure because it's got the link in it. But amazing advice, Mike and Chef. Thank you. That's what it's all about for me. I want to freeze dry things I like and prep things I'm into. Well, it's a big investment, Snooker. And if you do make it, let me know. And I'm your man to. I'll bring the food. You freeze dry it. You keep half. I take half.
And Mike will call me, and we'll do a live stream together, so I can give you some better hints, tips, and tricks while you're doing it.
That's it. So at least we'll be eating good. Come the apocalypse.
Shadow, do you have Mike's email?
It's just my UK Urban Prepper at gmail.com.
Oh, okay. I'll send you one. It'll be from Chef Tech, something@something.com.
Yeah. Chuck me an email. That's not a problem. That'd be cool. This is the downside. I've shown you guys Raven Forge, and now I'm like, oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Should never go on this site near payday. It's bad times.
Emily
Say UK Urban Prepper at gmail.com.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What was that? DC has the astronaut freeze dry. I've seen that. There was a thing called Firebox, a website over here. It sold all sorts of weird random gadgets. It was good for gifts, and they had it on there.
I remember that.
Yeah, you remember Firebox? It was fun because they had a section called Lottery Win, and it was like the full Iron Man suit. But they had that, but I've never tried it.
Yeah, right now I know what's talking about freeze dryers. There's like another company or two that are pop-ups. They're people that worked at the main company at Harvest Right, open up their own, but and I'm not sure. I've never heard anything about it. People are like, oh, it's much cheaper. I'm like, okay, you get what you pay for. Yeah. And I don't know anything about it. So I won't buy anything until it's been out for a few years and I can see reviews, people using it. And I'm not talking YouTube stuff. I'm talking like actually talk to people and say, no, this thing is a piece of crap. Or no, it's as good as the Harvest Right. It's cheaper and I can do more things with it or the same things. So.
Yeah. I'm surprised we've not got the Temu version of a freeze dryer yet. £200 delivered. See how that works.
Yeah, but then you got as I said, at least the Harvest Right, they got a pretty good. It's a 1-year warranty, and my board blew up literally at like 11 months and 22 days.
Yeah,
and I called them, and I had to download and give them my. It's a data thing. You stick a USB drive in there and download it, and then they wanted the file just to see what's going on, and then I showed them a video of what's going on. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the board. We'll send you a board. I'm like, they're like, do you need somebody to put it in for you? I was like, no, I'm good. I'll take it apart. I have no issues. I was a Ford Master Tech, so I think a few nuts and bolts and screws and a couple wires on an electric board are fine, which I was. It was great. I took it apart. I'm like, well, at least I know how it's put together now.
This is it, yeah. Why are they so expensive? What in there is like the most expensive elements?
So you got the software, you got the computer. The computer has algorithms built into it to sense the temperature versus the vacuum. There's a vacuum pump. The vacuum pump's pretty pricey. It's got a built-in freezer. I mean, it freezes the chamber down to like 20 below. And then you got the vacuum going on there with the hoses and the lines. And then it's got a heater circuit that heats the trays. So basically, freeze drying is not... You're taking a frozen water, and instead of it going from frozen state to liquid state to vapor state, it skips the liquid state. It goes right from frozen to liquid, and there's a term for it. And it just evaded me. So it goes right from frozen to liquid, so you don't get that freezer burn problem like you do if you stick something in the freezer without wrapping it up well. You open it up like 6 months later, there's snow on the outside of the package.
Yeah,
and it stinks because it's freezer burned.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, and the software, I watched another guy talk about the logarithm for it, where it monitors the vacuum going up and down versus the temperature going up and down to tell you approximately when it's done, which is its own downfall. They're like, oh, the freeze dryer said it's done. It must be done. Let me pack it in the bag. And then 3 days later, it's squishy inside because all the water wasn't out. So it can only be so accurate. There's no sensors to plug into stuff and to see make sure it's done. You just got to use common sense, logic, and science. So, and it's not just some box with a vacuum pump on it, basically.
Yeah.
If it was, I'd have made my own by now, but it's a cylinder. It's got a super thick plexiglass door because you're putting, I think I've had mine down as low as 320 torr, which is, it's a vacuum. It's not like space, but it's getting there. But, yeah, you need all that. I mean, there's technology involved. It's not like you can just slap it together with stuff from the local big box store.
Yeah. That's cool. Right, I need to close Raven Forge off. Right, stop.
Yeah, I shot you a test email quick. You probably have it already. Hopefully. Didn't bounce back to me. Just says test.
Yep, I got you.
Perfect.
Cool.
That dog is a talker, Chef. Okay.
Yeah.
On that note, Shadow, thanks for having us on the show again. Always learning things as well. Sharing ideas is cool. Nice to speak to you, Mike and Chef.
Always a pleasure, Daryl. Always a
Darla.
pleasure.
Everyone in the chat, God bless you all. God bless you, Shadow.
Yeah. God bless
Have a
you
nice-
too.
Have a nice rest of the weekend.
Oh,
See you all
full-
soon.
full week off. Full week off.
Lovely.
That's awesome.
See you soon, Daryl.
Take care. Good night, all.
Later.
Take care, Daryl.
You can't. So, like I said earlier, fat is fat. There's no water in it. So you're not freeze drying it. And I could get into the candy aspect of freeze drying, which is just that's not freeze drying. That's just expanded sugar. But no, you can't really freeze dry. I bought pork loins, trimmed all the fat off of it, and cut them into my steaks, and I freeze dried them raw. So when they come out, I just add cold water to it. You don't want to add hot water. I'll add some cold water to it to let them rehydrate back into a boneless pork chop, and I'll throw it on the grill. And I did the same with raw flounder. I have 8-ounce flounder fillets. I just freeze dried them whole, put them in big bags. Now I got fresh flounder that when I rehydrate it, it just tastes like fish because that's all it is. I don't put seasonings or anything in there. But fat, like bacon, if you're going to do bacon, you want to cook it first. But there's no moisture in it. That's the thing. So I'll add bacon bits to like fresh bacon bits to like mashed potatoes with cheese and stuff like that. Certain cheese, you have to watch out for that with the fat content. But I freeze dried my loaded mashed potatoes, and they're great. And they crumble up nice and soft. And I just add hot water to it, the amount I took out, like 3 ounces. And I have my homemade loaded cheesy mashed potatoes with bacon.
So with the mashed potatoes, do you fully like cook up the potatoes and make the mash with the butter, everything you'd like?
Potatoes the way, and they're hot, and I eat them the way they are. I like it. I taste it, and then I put it in the trays at portion size. Let it cool down. I pre-freeze it, even though the freeze dryer will freeze it for you. It just takes a lot longer, but I'll pre-freeze my stuff, and then
in a normal freezer.
Yeah, in a rare freezer. My freezer goes down to 20 below, so I'll put it in there on trays and freeze it. And then when it's frozen, I'll put it on the regular freeze dryer trays, or I do it right in the freeze dryer trays. Yeah. I just start up the freeze dryer, let it pre-cool until it gets down to about the same temperature as my freezer. Throw them in there, say go, and it'll tell me. And I always add like 12 hours to the time because sometimes it's done in the middle of the night, and it shuts the heaters off. So now it just gets cold at a vacuum. Now I got to turn it back on again, start it up again. So I always put a ton of extra time just in case I'm sleeping or had to go to work.
Yeah,
but we'll say anybody wants to do it and gets one. Yeah, by all means, shoot me an email. We'll figure something out.
That's cool. Dina has said in the chat, "Oh dear, my shopping basket on Raven Forge is already in triple digits." This is the problem. Listen, if you're spending triple digits at Raven Forge, even though there's no affiliation, put in the little notes. UK Urban Prepper sent me from YouTube. You never know; they might approach me.
Yeah. Wait for the video. Wait for the video to post if he lets it post, and then send them the link and say about right around hour 3:30. That's when we start talking about you.
Yeah. No, it is. It's easily done. It's. I think all preppers have that issue, right? We're spenders. Do you have that issue, Shadow? Are you into the gadgets when it comes to prepping, or?
Yeah, I like gadgets. I like you.
More multi-tools than hands.
Yeah.
I'm the unfortunate side of when I go out shopping for food net, if I see something large that's cheap, I buy it. And now I'm out of freezer space, and I have 4 freezers, and they're full. And I got to start freeze drying. My daughter's moving, and she ran hers empty, so she's going to go shopping here in about a month. I'm like, just bring the 2 48-quart coolers, take what you want. I'll refill it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's bad because I go on the auctions over here, so we have like house clearance auctions and things like that. So I use the auctions and sell stuff at like flea markets and car boot sales to make a bit of money extra. And they always have chest freezers and large freezers. And do you know what they go for? They go for £3.
Really?
Nobody buys them. Nobody buys the big stuff.
Too big. They use too much electricity. I can't afford that, and I have no place for it.
And I'm like, oh, if I had the room, I would have a room of chest freezers.
Yeah. And you'd buy stock in the electric company out there.
Yeah. Well, I'd have to get the solar, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's insane. You get them on there all the time.
Yeah, right there in 2020, and what was going on then. I bought 2 chest freezers right in the beginning of 2020, and I got them normal price. And 6 months later, you couldn't get them. 6 months after that, they were triple the price because everybody was prepping.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we kind of had a weird. We have that in waves over here. So like, nobody thinks long term. Like, well, I'm not saying nobody. You know, I obviously do. The other preppers in the UK do, but a lot of people don't. So you want to buy camping stuff, wait till after summer and get it for next to nothing on Facebook Marketplace because people tried camping and didn't know they'd hate it.
Yeah. You want a winter sleeping bag? Buy it in the summertime. You want a summer sleeping bag? Buy it in the wintertime.
Yeah, and the amount of so people have been buying up all these deltas and the power banks and stuff like that because of what's happened in Spain. You give it 2 or 3 months when they're thinking, I need some money to go out on the drink, you'll soon start seeing them appear on the marketplace for next to nothing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very short-term thinking.
Yeah, here's my wrong way. Where's my screen flip? Come on, camera. 4. Oh, fuck it. I can't flip. I don't know how to flip the screen on the iPad.
Just turn it.
That's my German Shepherds howling at the sirens nearby.
Dog singing a tune.
Yeah. Definitely.
How did your I've not spoke to you since your long journey, how did that go? Did you use any of your little preps that you took along with you, or was it uneventful?
Some of it.
Yeah,
some of it.
It looked nice, the countryside that you were going through. I saw the shots for that.
Yeah, the first 2 clips was from the southern part and the other 2 was from the northern part.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked really nice. I love a long train journey. I love a long train journey. Good time to reflect on one's own thoughts, right?
Yeah, the reason I take some extra gear with me is you never know if a train like that gets stuck somewhere because of the power line go down.
Yeah.
You can be standing there in the middle of nowhere and you have very limited in the bistro, very little.
Yeah.
And it's not like the dining car has enough food to last them 2 extra days.
No.
And the price will kill you.
Yeah, well, they would still charge, right?
It's ridiculously high for a cup of coffee or a sandwich, and it's not even doesn't taste good either.
Oh no, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's one step above hospital food in this country. Train food.
So that's why I take my own food with me.
First time I've seen you on the panel, UK Urban Prepper, but I've been around too much, not been around too much the past month or so. Yeah, I've been on quite a few times now. I had Shadow over on my channel on a podcast. So if you've not seen that yet, that's worth checking out as well. So
I always have a knife with me, a cordage.
what's the rules for knife carry where you are?
Well, more or less illegal.
Is it, there's a certain, like, because obviously here it's got to be below 2.5-inch blade and non-locking. That's the rules here.
Below that, you can't even have that either on you either.
Really? Wow.
No.
It's,
there are some exceptions to the law, but you need to prove that while you have it, you need to prove that what you are going to use it for.
Yeah, like if you're going fishing or something like that, or campcraft.
Fishing, camping.
I mean, what do you think of that as a rule? Because for me, it baffles me that, you know, we've got incidents over in this country, like 12 people got stabbed in not so long ago in Europe, and I can't remember, was it Germany? Potentially. There was an attack and 12 people got stabbed. And all I keep thinking to myself is, when I was in Texas, where there was like open carry laws, he wouldn't have got that far with a knife. He really wouldn't have got that far with a knife. And I just feel like we're slowly making ourselves completely defenseless.
Yeah, that is the problem. And the problem is, let's say, if you want an EDC knife, I mean, that put us as preppers in a very difficult position, because you need something to cut with.
Mm-hmm.
I have my Leatherman in this side of, and some extra gauze. I mean, my Leatherman Wave, okay?
Yeah.
This is more like of a tool for me.
Yeah.
I have used this a lot, basically.
I think my Leatherman, the pliers get used the most in my Leatherman.
Yeah, I have used
I had to trade my Leatherman
pliers.
for a Gerber. The pliers were stronger because my needle nose pliers get used all the time.
Yeah, you found the Gerber better?
So my older Leatherman, none of the blades lock. I know the new ones do, but my daughter gave me a Gerber like 5 years ago, and all the blades lock, so they don't fold up on my finger. And I'm like, and this is great. It's a little thicker, a little heavier, but I don't care. I just use it at work and carry it around whenever. But I still have all my Leathermans in my bags and stuff here and there. But I like the Gerber. And
that's the problem, because they've changed the laws over here. Your locking blade on your Leatherman is now illegal to carry around.
They just need to make the Leatherman so when you open the blade and fold the handle back up, the handle itself will keep the blade from folding up. See, they just need to redesign it a little bit.
Yeah, see, I've got an British military multi-tool, and that's how that works. It's not a locking blade, but when you clasp the handle together, it holds it in place that way. So that's quite cool. I do like that one.
I like that. I've folded a blade on my finger once or twice in my life. Not a fun day.
Too.
Never a fun day.
But it lets you test your first aid, though, right?
Yeah, that's why I carry crazy glue and duct tape. It was a nice clean slice. Just squeeze it back together again, glue it up, and tape it shut. In 3 days, it's healed. Well, it's healed to the point where it's not bleeding anymore.
Okay, what you might get away with.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor. That's what I've done. And yeah, you wind up with a little white pussy stuff coming out eventually, because little minor infections from whatever you were cutting with the blade is now inside your body.
Okay, Mike. What you might can get away with is this.
A glorified nail cleaner.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it got silly after when they started taking crochet needles off people on planes. You know.
How come they haven't taken like pens and pencils away from people?
Well, yeah, it was. I understand the fear side of it. It was shortly after 9/11. My parents have a tour company. They used to go to America about 9 times a year, and my mum used to do crochet on the plane. That's how she occupied her time.
Yeah.
And they took the needles off her, and I just kept thinking to myself, the only reason that happened, which was a tragic event, was because people feared for their lives, and they thought if they sit down and don't do anything, they'll get out of this situation alive. It'll never happen again because everyone's just going to rush them because, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like United 93, was it, that heard about what was happening and then tried to rush them?
Yeah, I have my doubts about the storyline there, but that's me.
But still, you get what I'm saying, right?
Oh,
people fear for their lives and they think they're going to get out of it. They'll sit down and do as they're told. But
and then you got like the shoe bomber, where it didn't go off but it smoked.
Yeah.
And the underwear bomber, and they're gonna find a way to do something, and
yeah, it's madness. But yeah, the only people that ever are affected by the laws, the EDCs, what you can carry, what you can't carry, etc., are the law-abiding citizens. And often it's not the law-abiding citizens that are doing the crimes, believe it or not. So the only thing these rules affect are people.
Criminals are defined as a criminal because they don't follow the law.
Yeah, so changing them makes no fucking difference.
Right. It's against the law to carry that knife here. It's like, I don't care. I'm a criminal. That means you don't have a knife. That means I have the upper hand. So, hey.
Yeah, thanks for free reign. That's what you've just...
Yeah.
Madness. Oh, thank you for posting the channel there.
Yeah, she asked me if I was like, or whoever. I was like, yeah, I had to go on my phone and do it.
I always forget the chat. So it was skills. The whole topic was skills, right? That's what we were on. Yeah. So a question for both of you is, what skills do you not have that you think you'd like to learn before an event?
I have to think about that.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not saying, I know everything. I'm a smart guy. I mean, I have lots and lots and lots of skills that I know they serve me well daily and weekly, monthly, whenever I'm doing stuff. I mean, first aid, I know real basic first aid, but then again, I'm married to a nurse. So if she's not around, I mean, I've fixed myself up more. I've stitched myself. I mean, I've done things my whole life in Boy Scouts and that most people would be like, how could you do that? That had to hurt. I'm like, yeah, it hurt, but it beats bleeding out.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. I've endeavored into so many things in my life where I don't do it frequently, but like welding, I know how to weld. I know how to braze. I know how to cut with a torch. I know how to use plasma cutters, all that stuff. If I have the equipment, I just don't have the equipment. I've done it. I could do it if I had to. Woodworking, I do woodworking. I mean, I got lots of tools. I do a lot of woodworking.
Yeah.
Cooking, obviously. Went to culinary school and that. Mechanic, I was a Ford Master Tech. I mean, I could run my resume down. You could be like, well, why are you even on here? I like to bring it to the table and help other people learn stuff. And but I mean, in terms of what skills, I'd really probably need to know a little bit more on the first aid side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's other little things. Every now and then something will spark my interest and I'll delve into it. And I'll figure it out, learn it, and then I move on.
Yeah.
So ADHD has its positive notes sometimes.
Yeah. You throw yourself into stuff massively, and then till the next thing captures your interest.
I'm done. Yep. I'm the master of unfinished projects in the house.
What about you, Shadow?
Well, I'm pretty good to navigate at sea, but I need to actually use a map and compass. That is something I need to learn, actually, because I suck at that.
But I mean, I assume you served a bit of time in the forces, so I assume you learned it at one point. Is it just a lack of practice?
A lot of lack of practice.
Yeah. I try and map everywhere, even if it's in the car instead of a sat nav. I like to use a map, just to keep that skill honed, as it were. But it's map readings is a lot of people take for granted because of technology. That's the thing, isn't it? Right? A lot of these skills are starting to get lost because people rely on technology.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. My one daughter used to freak out. She's like, you know where I live, right? She was up in Jersey, way north up there near the city. I was like, yes. And I pull up Google Earth and it's, zoomed in on Japan at the time. So I swing it around, find New Jersey, and 3 zooms and I'm looking at her patio on her roof. She's like, how the hell do you do that? I'm like, because I have a good sense of direction.
Yeah.
I know where things are. I know about where you're located. As I zoom in, I'm like, okay, you're over here this way. Oh, there you are. Oh, there's that yellow thing. Whoop, there's your patio. Oh, look, there's you on the patio. Oh, crap, I'm not going to zoom in on that anymore. Oh, my God, the satellite took a picture. I'm like, yeah, unless you're paying extra money, you ain't zooming in to get details now.
No, it's technology is it's a great tool, but it's also throwing us out because but I do it. I don't know if it's an autopilot thing, but I drive the same 3 different routes I use to go to work. I like to vary it up and not do the same one every time, but I know them all. I could probably drive them half asleep. Often I probably do, but I still put it in the sat nav, even though I don't even look at it. It's like a habit. I get in and say work.
Thing. I'm going to a customer. I know where they're at. I've been there 20 times.
Yeah.
Or 50 or 100, but I'll plug it in. But I don't use it for the roads. I use it for the speed limits.
Right.
Half the time I can't see the signs or I miss the sign and I'll glance over at the screen quick, like, oh crap, it just went to 35. And I'll back off so I don't get a ticket because I'll get in trouble with my company if I start getting tickets. I have no tickets in 18 years, so I'm good.
Yeah. No, yeah, I get that. It's great. It's a great tool for that, but I don't know why I do it anymore because it's literally I know this back to front. Yeah, I'm still in the habit of hitting the button to say guide me to work. It's like, come on, you've been working there for 2 years. You know where the place is.
Yeah. Take me to work. Take me home. Take me to work. Take me home. I like to tell people, they're like, don't you ever get lost? I was like, look, lost is a relative term. I said, when I'm driving locally around here, I know, these 3 highways are all around me. So if I don't know where I am and I just keep going, I come to one of these highways, now I know where I am. If I'm beyond the highways, I know I'm within the state boundaries. If I'm out of the state boundaries, I know I'm between the Mississippi River and the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, you're never really lost. You're just misplaced.
Yeah.
It's not like the road ended and you're in a field somewhere and you can't see anything. I mean, you're on roads. There's signs everywhere. Learn how to read them and figure it out.
This is my pet peeve when Mrs. Urban Prepper's driving. It's like, where do I go next? There's a sign right there that tells you to turn left at this roundabout. Look at the sign.
Because my wife does that. Is it supposed to rain today? I'm like, gee, I don't know, honey. You have a $800 computer in your hand right now with the Weather Channel app on it. Do you think? And she just gives me a dirty look. I'm like, okay, I'll look it up for you on the same app on my iPad while I'm in the middle of doing something. Look, no, it's not going to rain. Oh, okay, good. I'm like, oh my God. You have technology. Now you just refuse to use it. You're too busy texting people and chatting.
Indeed, Anunnaki.
I get exactly the same. Exactly the same.
I think I said this joke the other day. My wife asked me to do dishes the other day. I said, I'm sorry, honey, I can't do that. Trump outlawed men and women's sports. That didn't go very far, but it was fun to say.
Yeah. You had that moment of...
I had to get it in there somehow.
Oh, yeah, I either I don't even argue anymore. I either comply or go ultra sarcastic. That's my two default answers now. Yeah.
Hey, Tuck Baby, good to see you.
Hey, Tuck.
Oh.
So what time is it over there by you? You got to be getting near like midnight or something, aren't you?
Yeah,
Shadows at midnight. I'm at 11.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah.
it's 6 o'clock here PM. So
I'm still on a high because my football team made it to basically got through to the Premier League today. So it was.
I think this technology we are currently using, I really think it's the coolest thing in terms of Shadow will get on, I'll hop on. So he's over in Sweden. I'm in the States on the east side. Bob will get in. He's in the States on the west side. Somebody from Australia pops in. Another guy from India pops in. We're all over the world. And we're all at different times. And it's like we're all talking. It's like this is way cool.
Yeah.
Take care, Krista.
I had the same thing in lockdown. I think it kept me sane in lockdown. I had the Oculus, the Meta VR.
Oh, geez.
And I wasn't jumping around my front room pretending to be Tom Cruise. I just loved the online poker. So I was sat there with a bottle of red wine, with a headset on, playing poker with somebody from Indiana, someone from Texas, someone from Canada, someone from India. It was that at a table, and it was just chat. The cards didn't matter. It was just drinking a bottle of wine, talking to people from all over the world. That's the thing. Yeah, the networking is what you'll miss if we ever have a complete.
Yeah, well, on the other half of that coin, the other side, the networking is something they didn't count on or predict during this whole lockdown thing.
Yeah,
they had no idea that all of a sudden people around the world are going to start talking to each other, and now get to know each other, and now understanding things everywhere. So, kind of backfired on them, which I think is a good thing. It got us. Yeah, we got stuck on our butt sitting in an office somewhere in a room, but we're still talking to people everywhere else, not just our neighbors.
Yeah, it opened a lot of eyes, I would say, definitely.
Also, a lot of rabbit holes for them.
Yeah.
A whole lot of those I went down going, wow, I never even thought about that, but okay. Man, we're not going to go into details on any of them.
It's the best way. I love a good rabbit hole.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's when you fall into one and there's 70 more down below that one going, now which way? Well, might as well just check them all out. I'll be here for about 2 years.
And before you know it, you're a flat earther.
There you
go.
I have my issues there too. But anyway.
You're a flat earther?
I won't say that, but I have questions. Lots of questions. Especially now that I have a freeze dryer with a vacuum chamber. Huh.
All right, okay. Interesting. Sounds like a longer topic for another day, maybe.
That is a long private topic. We'll go with that.
Yeah. I look forward to the email.
Yeah. I don't know if I can explain that in words. You would just like block me and be like, yeah, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Shut up.
I go to casinos wherever there are events of Texas Hold'em. Sometimes I catch up and participate and so on. Yeah, I'd love to, but it's not as prolific over here.
Yeah, I don't have the time for that. I used to do it with friends. You know, they'd party at the house, they have a pool table, and we'd play cards while people were playing pool and in between. And sometimes we do tournaments. Most times it was just like for quarters and stuff. But we played for real money. And we weren't there to, retire. We were just there to have fun. It was cheaper than going to a bar.
Yeah.
I mean, you go to a friend's house, that's a block away. You can walk. Bring your 6-pack with you. Drink your beer, play your cards, lose $20 or win $60. Who cares?
Yeah.
We were just there to have fun, and it was just good fun, and we all got along. And I miss those days because that was before 2019, and that happened, and now half of them moved away, and the rest of them won't talk to anybody. So,
yeah, I found the aftermath after that as kind of everything got a bit detached, even though all the rules got lifted. It just fizzled things out, and yeah, we used to have a regular game, which never, and it was the same sort of thing. Instead of like sitting there trying to fleece somebody for all the money, we'd just say, right, £10 buy in, winner takes all. Off you go.
Yeah, that's it. You throw your money in a pot and get your chips, and you play.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the night, somebody's got all the chips.
Yeah.
Great.
I miss that. I miss that.
Here's your $40. You win. Yay. Meanwhile, you lose a playing pool. So what's the difference?
Yeah. I do miss them days, but you know, it's what it is. Instead, become a completely isolated, crazy prepper. That's the way you go.
Exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
What's the easiest route up Kinder with?
What? Oh, you must. Oh, I can't see the chat. Hold on.
I'm not sure what.
Was that on you're streaming it to your channel, right?
I am, yeah.
That's probably why I can't see it. I'm on Jaron's channel looking at his. Sometimes
Yeah.
those chats don't come over. Oh wait, I got the other chat. Comments. There we go. What's the easiest? I can't even find that. Oh well. Oh, there we go. What's the easiest route up Kinder? I have no idea what that's supposed to mean.
No, I'm not sure either.
As a pensioner with a hangover. I still don't know what you're talking about, but
I think the seed saving is fairly in-depth for certain veg like carrots or cabbage, but beans or peas are easy enough. Yeah. I'm going to start. That's once I move, I think it's only going to be small scale, but I'm going to start on the growing my own because it's definitely a big gap. Yeah. Oh, Kinder Scout in the Peak District. I've never done it, Dave, so I'm not sure.
And I'm in the States, so I still have no idea what you're talking about.
I tend to avoid, like, I work for a company that sells walking holidays all over the world. So, you know, they sell different walking holidays and routes and stuff, but which I think is good, but I avoid routes. So there's like a Pendle mountain and stuff near me, and I've never gone up the tourist route. I always just think I'll find my way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's got to be a deer trail up here somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if I
probably.
see the top, I'll get there. Whoops, now I'm climbing over dead. But okay.
It was interesting because the last time we went up Pendle, she was 6 months pregnant, and I said, she's like, "This is the path." I'm like, "No, I think we should go this way." So clambering through, she's pregnant behind me, and we got to a face like this, and it's like. Yeah. We can climb this. It's fine. So I'm literally half climbing this rock face, trying to pull a pregnant wife up onto this. It's probably not the best idea.
You'd have been shot by now.
Yeah, probably.
Listen, it worked. We achieved it. It's all good.
What time? Oh, look at that. We've gone at 4 hours. Wow. And I drove through like 4 different cities with my camera going. Now I'm sitting on my deck with my dog. That's awesome. I was glad to do that.
I loved seeing that. You know, I've been to Gettysburg. So yeah, I love seeing all that. A long time ago when I went.
I was going to take a more scenic route after that and go through all the apple orchards and that. I'm like, no, I got to go home. I got things I got to do. I'm not taking everybody on a tour with me.
Oh, well, so my stepdad started the American Civil War Society over here in the UK in the 70s. And so, like, I was brought up on that. So I've been to Gettysburg. I've been to Antietam. Been to all the sites there.
Antietam, yeah, it's literally 6 miles from where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. I was young, but I remember it all very well.
Yeah.
But it sounds like they've got stricter. Because I remember when my stepdad went over, like when that was the 80s, I think, originally, when he went over there, you could still walk across parts of the battlefield and
now
find stuff and dig stuff out of trees and all sorts.
Yeah, they got fences up, they got signs everywhere, and you stay on the road. You know, you can walk up to the little statues they got everywhere with whatever battle happened there or some guy died. And you can walk up and read that. You can go to the parking lots, the museum areas. You can do all that, but you're just not allowed to wander anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got pretty strict just because people were tearing it up and people were coming out of nowhere trying to run out into the field looking for bullets and stuff and just digging the hell out of it. And most of it's farmland now. I mean, there's farmers that will farm the fields there, corn, wheat, whatever, and it's private property. Even though it's on state property or federal property, they farm it.
That's the same. So I've been to Waterloo, where the Battle of Waterloo was, and that's still active farms, and they're constantly turning over stuff, and you can't go onto the fields, but yeah, they're still turning over parts of lead bullets and all sorts.
Yeah, people still find buttons and bullets and parts of guns and things out there. They're worth whatever somebody's willing to pay for a rotted out musket.
Oh yeah, well, my stepdad's got a collection that I inherit when he passes away. My mum's made sure I know that I inherit it because she's not dealing with it all. But he's got 2 glass cases about yay big, all different types of shots, even like grape shot from cannon and stuff like that, and written down which battlefield it's from.
Oh, cool.
He's got a 50-cent note, a Confederate 50-cent note, which is like it's like vacuum sealed into a case. But yeah, he's got all sorts like that. So that's going to be fun to sort through one day. But
not today.
we went to Belgium once as well, to Brussels, and we took an American tour group there. So they were Civil War reenactors who came over to the UK for a week, did the international reenactment, then went to Europe for a week, and we ran that tour as like an opposite to what we usually do. And we got to Brussels, and they were digging up the side of the road, in Brussels, and they were turning over handfuls of spent ammunition, shells, all sorts. The Belgian army was there to take away anything that was extremely dangerous, but other than that, they were letting people just grab stuff. So we've sent all these American tourists back with handfuls. So one guy got a bayonet with a name carved in. One guy got a set of glasses that still had a lens in it. These are stuff you cannot buy from a gift shop.
No, that's definitely worth the trip right there.
My brother got a timer off the shell from a World War One front of a shell. It's like an old timer, and he's got it, and he picked it up because it looked like shrapnel sort of thing, and he started digging at it. He said, "My stepdad said, what are you doing?" He said, "Cleaning it out." He said, "Don't clean it out because if it starts ticking."
Yeah. You got other problems going here. By the way, that's not going on the bus with us.
Yeah.
You can walk with that thing. Hey, so it looks like Shadow is like falling asleep here. He's probably going to get up for work in the morning. I'm watching him yawn.
No, it's Sunday, so I'm not working on Sundays.
Oh, okay.
But I have been up early yesterday, so I'm pretty tired now.
We'll let you get off then. I've got a million jobs that I'm still going to do tonight anyway, I think. I've still got stacks of dehydrated thin meats to bag up. So that's going to be my job for this evening.
Yeah.
Still fun with that.
Yeah, I'm having fun experimenting with a dehydrator. I could see how addictive it would be if I had a freeze dryer, but
Oh, yeah. Yep. I'm up to like tub number 27. They're 30-quart tubs, if you know how big that is, like the size of a regular cooler. And
before we go off, what's the weirdest thing you've tried to freeze dry?
So I have freeze dried raw shrimp.
Okay,
that actually works. I freeze dried a Thanksgiving dinner, which is cooked turkey, mashed potatoes, gravy, peas and carrots, stuffing, everything. They're all
together.
Bags. And then I put it in one big bag, and each one has its own amount of water for it, depending on what it is. And yeah, if you want to talk strange, weird, I tried doing candy. I realized I didn't spend this much money on a machine to make candy out of candy. And freeze drying candy, I'm doing freeze dried Skittles, I'm going to sell them. It's like, yeah, you have fun with that. You don't need to run a freeze dryer full cycle because there's no water in there.
Yeah.
You basically heating up the sugar and putting a vacuum on it, and it expands it. So it's just expanded sugar candy. And you can make, and I did it, you can make freeze dried Skittles in about 12 minutes. Not 20 hours.
Yeah.
You've got to preheat your candy to a certain temperature, put it in there, have the heater trays already on, running at $1.35 or $1.40. And then you turn the vacuum chamber on, and you do this in test mode. And you just watch the candy just get bigger. But
I'm not, and it also doing freeze dried candy messes up the oil in your compressor, your vacuum
Right, okay.
compressor.
Yeah.
It turns it black. You get what they call Skittle oil, and it's worthless, and it'll mess your pump up. So I'm like, yeah, I did it twice. Like, and I changed my oil right away. I'm like, never doing that. I have no need for freeze dried candy.
No, not with.
I'd rather be doing MREs and food that I got tons of it on sale, and I can put that in there. And
yeah,
I home can. So like we make when we can. My wife has her recipes for like different Spanish black beans, pink beans, you name it. We can it. But after about 3 years, if we still got like 10, 12, 15 jars left, you know, the quality is going to degrade just in a jar. So I'll take them out of the jars, throw them on trays, and freeze dry it.
Yeah.
I just gained another 20 years out of it, and she's taking them to work. She's a nurse. She's like, hey, go grab me a bag of my Spanish pink beans. I'm like, okay. I grab that. She takes it to work, and she just heats water up in the coffee maker, pours some water in there, eats it right out of the Mylar bag. And people are looking at her like, what are you eating? What smells so good? She's like, my Spanish pink beans. What's with the bag? Oh, my husband freeze dried it for me.
This is normal, guys. This is completely normal.
For everybody else, it's like, what? Can you do that for me? It's like, yeah, for a price.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Right. As long as you've not like tried to throw the cat in there or anything, I suppose it's good.
Yeah, I don't think you want to stick a gerbil and a mouse in a freeze dryer. Nah, it doesn't end well for the gerbil and the mouse, and you have to clean the freeze dryer when you're done. After it goes pop because of lack of atmospheric pressure. Yeah, we can go back down that rabbit hole if you want, or you want to do that privately.
Yeah, let's not talk about that on Shadow's channel. Let's...
Yeah, yeah, if you want to do something on freeze drying with your buddies or whatever, just shoot me. Give me a couple days notice on an email. We'll figure out a time. And I mean, for me during the week, you know, at your time in the evening, like right now is perfect for me. Obviously, it's like 6 o'clock, but I mean, if you're going to do it at like 8 o'clock in the morning for you, that's like, I don't know, midnight for me. I'll probably do it if it's on a weekend. I don't really care.
Yeah, we'll sort something out if we can sort out the freeze dry and stuff. We'll definitely sort something out.
I'll take my camera downstairs and my stuff, and I'll show the freeze dryer and how I do some things and all that.
That'd be cool. I'd love to do that on one of my podcasts on the channel and just do that, me and you. That'd be cool. So.
That works.
Awesome. Right, we'll set something up. Shadow, thank you for having us. Thank you for hosting. It's been awesome as always. Anybody watching on my side, make sure you go and check out these guys' channels as well and subscribe to them. Show them some love on their videos. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I don't even think I put my my link up, but whatever. I don't have a lot of videos on there on the Chef Tech side. Magic, I have like 2.
Yeah, just search Chef Tech and look for a raccoon. You will find him.
No, actually, it's, did I put the? Yeah, actually, yeah, it is Chef Tech 86.
There you go. There you go. Chef Tech 86 and Shadow Scout Swede. I'll put the links on afterwards at the bottom on my side anyway. So cheers, guys. I'm going to shoot off and get this food sorted, and I will see you on another one.
Good times.
Take care, Mark.
Talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Okay, we'll wrap things up now. And yes, I'm tired. Thanks, guys, for coming. I appreciate it, and I will see you next week. Same time, same channel, same day, with a new topic. And don't forget, be part of the solution, not the problem. Stay safe and God bless. And we are supposed